Welcome to this course project. I'm Darlington Gospel, of course, and if you haven't watched the previous video before this one, please do so. This particular course is dependent on the things that have been discussed there, so I will need you to have that part cleared out. So watch it, get around the prerequisites. There are essential and vital information that has already been there, including some installation procedures. So please do watch it, all right? And hit that like and subscribe button, click the notification bell, and then let's jump into this particular tutorial. So in this section, we want to start preparing this project, okay, one after the other. I'm gonna open a new tab here, and let's go to my GitHub repository. That's why I have this particular project situated. Okay, I have it here. So this is the project that we all want to clone. We got to clone this project so that we can, be on the same page. One thing I want you to inform you before we even go further than this is I just want to show you some prerequisites. Okay, so the prerequisite for following this tutorial is very simple. If you're already in the JavaScript ecosystem, or if you've been following tutorials in this channel, it's not something strange to what we've been doing. So what we're going to do is that we need Node.js. Node.js is just common sense, because that's how you run your front end development stack, such as React, NextJs. For this project, we're using NextJs. Okay, so we'll need Express for the back end, to just create some server endpoint for uploading and downloading from the Renterd application that is running a node, a blockchain node of Sia. All right, so that is what you need. And then we work with TypeScript here. All right, so just about every piece of code that is JavaScript based is TypeScript here. So I'm doing that to advance you, because even if you're working with some tech company, they're going to require that. It kind of makes development much more error proof. Okay, you don't want something that is coded and then it's having so many errors. But with TypeScript, you can reduce the possibility of encountering such kind of errors. All right, so and lastly, we're using Tailwind just for beautifying the interface. I mean, it's better than writing everywhere CSS. Okay, it makes the interface procedures to be very coherent. So these are the prerequisites for you to follow this tutorial. It's just very simple. It's not something strange or stranger than what we already have been doing. All right, so with that said, let us start working on this project. Want to get the starter branch together. All you need to do is to clone this project first. So I've documented this project very well. Okay, I did a good documentation on this project. All right, including instructions on how to install it and all of those things. Then I took my time to do this, so I won't have to receive unnecessary complaints about the project. So that is what I've done. All right, and what we need to do is, of course, you need to go to your terminal. As of this time, if you have been following our tutorial, you should know that git bash terminal is something that you should have already installed on your computer. And if you haven't installed it, you can easily go to git bash, just search for git bash and have it downloaded, according to your operating system. You have it installed on your computer, because it's going to be useful for, running some GitHub commands, such as cloning this project. So now I want to clone this project, and we run git clone, paste this URL, and you can give this an alias such as VidTv -YT for YouTube, and then you clone it into this particular location. So now we've been able to clone this successfully. which is great. And we need to open this project on VS Code by running code VidTv YT. Right, so yes, I'm going to trust that. Okay, I'm going to increase this, can reduce that, and okay, so this is the project currently. And if you look into this project, we have, the front end, the back end, and this is an instruction for running Renterd. Renterd is going to be run inside of a Docker container, and this is a Docker compose script that we quickly launch that Renterd instance on your local machine. So we're going to take our time to run these steps one after the other, and we're going to also supply the relevant environment variables, because each one of these places needs an environment variable for you to run it. So let's start with this Renterd space. So in order to run this, remember we already have Docker installed and Docker is on our machine. So I'm going to create a new file. I call it .env. Inside this .env, we're going to need some variables. These variables are going to be useful. They are very important to this, our Renterd software. So when we're running this Renterd image, it's going to require an environment variable with these information to be able to run, because without those information, it will not run. So these ones are not very important. These are just for debug purposes. Okay, they are not required. The two required, environment variables are the Renterd seed, which is your passphrase, and the Renterd API password, which is what you use in logging in when this application is up online. Okay, so let's keep it simple and have this here. Now, what I want to do is I could come here. If you have your Renterd properly installed in the first place, what you need to do is to run on your terminal. What you just need to do, Renterd seed, and then this should bring you, this should give you what's it called, a seed phrase, which you can copy and paste here. But in case this particular terminal method isn't working out for you, maybe you had issues installing it, then I recommend that you open the Renterd software that we also installed. Okay, so for that one, I'm going to come back to configuration. Okay, and this is the passphrase, and I can say stop daemon, and you can say show, say regenerate, and then show. So you can regenerate another one like that. So these are different passphrase that you can regenerate, and you copy that. Okay, each one that you regenerate. So once you copy this, I'm going to quit this now. All right, once you've copied that, you need to then come to your project, okay, and replace this seed with it. See that artwork trip. So this points to a specific wallet address. The wallet address is very important because that is where you put your Sia coin, and this Sia coin is what will help you to create contracts, renew contracts, and without contracts you cannot have data, stored, in the and managed in the Sia Renterd, infrastructure. So you need that. So this is what the things that you need. So at this point, what you need to do is to right-click on this. If you have this Docker, this Docker extension on your VS Code, but if you don't have it, you can easily or quickly have it by just going and look for Docker. Okay, so this is Docker right here. This is a Docker extension. So you install it, and it will be a lot easier for you. And I hope that you're actually using VS Code, because that is what I do use for all my tutorials. All right, so at this point, I'm going to run this project. So you see, I'm getting the image from this Sia Foundation, Renterd, and the Master Zen category. So I'm going to right-click here and click compose up, because this is Docker compose, right? So I'm saying compose up, and it's saying it cannot start the Docker daemon. And if I run this to check if Docker is installed, of course Docker is installed, but I need to start up Docker first by opening it like this, and now it is up and running. Now at this point I can start up Docker now. So if I run this code, I'll say Docker compose up, right click on it. It's literally just it's executing this task called Docker compose -f. It's composing this script. Oh, did I just say down? No, it's not down, please, it's up. So I need to click up, and you can see that it's built the network. You can see things such as created the name for the network, and also the name for the container, and started it. And the reason why you didn't get to download any image, because I've already downloaded images. And if I come here to look at images, you find that I have this Renterd image here, and you can see the tag is master-zen. You can see we have a container running, which is VidTv, and you can see that this is the container running and it's up and running. Now, if I come to this localhost, you see it's listening on this localhost. So if I copy this and come to the browser and enter this location, see 9. Okay, so 9880, localhost port 9880, and then you'll be able to have access to this place. Now you need to enter this exact password that we have in our environment variable here, so which is test. So I'm going to come here and say test, all right, and click unlock, and you can see that I have and you can see that I have a Renterd interface. I have a Renterd service up and running on this particular port. Now this is where we do a lot of configurations. The configuration is really necessary at this step, and I'm going to take you through it step by step. Okay, and you need to configure it very well so that you will not have issues. One of the issues that people face a lot is in configuring Renterd, okay, because if you don't configure it very well, it doesn't work out. So the first step you want to do is to configure your storage. I'm gonna do something. So how many storage do you want? Expected storage, we want 1 terabyte. We just want to keep the expected upload storage to be 1 terabyte. Expected upload, this amount of bandwidth, it's talking about network usage now, to be 1 terabyte per month. And the allowance, we want to keep it at this. Okay, and you want to keep it to be 6 weeks, the period of renewal, and 2 weeks for renewal window. And you want to make sure that it has 12 hosts. 12 hosts are, when you create this contract, this is a prerequisite for creating a contract. So when you create a contract, you're saying that 12 different host providers should host my data. You get what I'm saying? So that is what this setup means here. Host should be 12. All right, the contract set should be autopilot. And remember, from the API key or the API documentation, where we have, is a certain component of the API called auto, pilot. So this takes care of some automatic procedures, such as, setting or renewing the contract. Okay, so that's what we have in this autopilot, and then we have this prune sector route. And this, we need to enable it. We're enabling this to try to prune deleted sector of the root. So that means Sometimes you delete some certain things from your Renterd, so you want that procedure to also delete it from the host, and you want that space so that you want that space to be reclaimed so that you will not be charged for hosting files that you're no longer using. So this has a lot of things to clean up your files, whether you've removed them before or something, just to make sure that everything is synchronized with the existing state of the files on your Renterd. You understand? So we get that part done. So the next thing, you want to keep this like this. You want to keep this information this way. You want to keep the max download price at 5. And maybe increase this to be 3. So we have this max download price to be around $5.8, and you want the maximum contract price to be 15, and yeah, the maximum RPC price as well. Maximum contract price at 15, maximum RPC price at 1,000. It should remain so. So we have six blocks, 5, block height, main, price, table validity, and most of these things are just going to remain exactly the same. So you have max downtime is 3, 6. So I'm keeping it at this default, and I'm keeping the maximum, the minimum recent scan failures to be 10, and the minimum protocol version to be this one. So everything is just basically the same, that we're keeping it here. And you want the default contract set to be autopilot as well. So autopilot, and you want to keep the minimum redundancy to be like that, okay? And total shard to be 6. So these are all the things you need. Now at this point, you just click save. You can see how much how much you'll be paying monthly. So this is about $10 per terabyte per month with 3x redundancy, okay? This is how much you're paying. So now, this maybe for one person it looks like it's much, but it's not really much, because with this you can store as much as 1 terabyte of data, which a lot of hosting providers, that will never give you that kind of opportunity. I don't know if you understand, because I've seen multiple providers in the Web2 community that will not give you this much of leverage for you to have to pay this small amount of money for storing your data, which is really cool. The great benefit that the Sia ecosystem, does bring. All right, so just imagine now that you're using this as a business. So let's say you have like 1,000 people that are storing, stuff on your server. Even though it's 100 persons, and let's say they're paying you something like $5 each per month. I mean, two persons alone is more than enough to cover the expense for your storage. This is just one instance, okay? I'm just doing some hypothetical, illustration here. All right, so let's save the changes, and once we save that change, then we've completed one of these steps. The second step is to synchronize. But before we synchronize, you want to fund your wallet. So this is the wallet address that we receive as a result of putting our passphrase, you understand, here. So I'm going to copy this wallet address. You need to come here. There is a file set that the Sia ecosystem does have. It's called, you go to Zen, siascan.com/file set, and you paste your wallet address, and let's say you put, I need like 50,000, Sia coin. I think this is the maximum you can get per day or so. So I want to fund my wallet with this, okay? It is funded, so it's going to take some time for this to broadcast, and it's going to send me around 50 KS, which is equal to Sia coin, you understand, 50 Sia coin basically, but 50,000 Sia coin, all right? So at this point, I can come back here and I need to wait. Now, this is the part where this particular this blockchain is supposed to synchronize. So it's waiting for blockchain to synchronize. So what is happening is that this your Renterd service is supposed to synchronize with the main Renterd, all the pairs, all the other nodes that are running the Renterd service, and to synchronize with the current state of the blockchain. So it's going to download some files and all that, but it's not really heavy though. But unlike the main one, the main net takes a couple of hours, you understand, to synchronize. But this kind of synchronizing, I think around less than 20 minutes or thereabouts. So now this is not doing automatic, which is supposed to be so, and I don't know, but I'm sure in subsequent versions that will be corrected. But you can manually just connect to peer so that it can synchronize. But before then, I want to show you that this is broadcasting. So you can see at this point that this particular funding has been completed. All right, this is great. Now I don't want the faucet. I need to go to the Zen scan. At this point, I want to look for a top host. Okay, a top host that I can synchronize to. And to do that, to synchronize with the blockchain, you need to look for a reliable host online, and you can get that, using this hostscore.info. I thought there was a place I could easily just find the top hosts or so, but this kind of got me limited to just these ones. Let's look at this. Okay, you can decide to synchronize with this as well. So long as it's up and running, is cool. But the best way for you to know is to utilize this hotscore.info, and you head to the Zen, testnet, and now you want to actually look for online hosts, okay? And these are their various networks. So these are their various networks. Look at this one in particular. This is from Singapore, and this is like the topmost. This is the topmost host provider, and we want to connect and synchronize our blockchain with that guy. So we can come here, copy this line, copy this text. Okay, come to our Renterd node, and click on this connect. Now in this connect here, you need to paste this. Sometimes this connect just fine by you just clicking connect, then it should already be synchronizing. But if it doesn't, then you need to tweak it a little bit by instead of 9808, you can do 9881 and click connect. Okay, I can see that this particular one is kind of taking some time, and I don't have time to wait. So let's connect to a different one. Let's connect to this one. This one, 31, this host 31.208.123.45, column 9881. Let's connect to that and see. You can see that it's already synchronizing. You just added that. And now you start seeing that this has counted connected peer to be 1, and very soon you see that it's already synchronizing, and you just give it some time. We'll come back again, and then you find out that Renterd, everything, one of these boxes have been checked and everything is synchronized. You can use this to see the status of your synchronization. All right, so this is what you need to do concerning that. Okay, we can go back to the next set of things we need to do. Now that we've taken care of the Renterd service and is running on the background, we need to install the front end code. Okay, because this is Node.js basically package, Node.js package, and all these packages need to be installed. And I actually think we should do the back end first. Okay, so we can come to the back end backend have something similar. Okay, so we just install Axios cores.env express file upload, HTTP, status, and JSON web token, which we really don't need for this particular tutorial. Okay, so we can decide to do that, or I'll just leave this all together. And let's run, let's open the terminal. I'm using Yarn for this particular development, so you can use npx as well. So you can do npx run install, okay, and that will work. But for this particular place, you need to make sure that you navigate to the right directory. For example, this backend, you want to go to cd backend, and you do yarn install. You run that. And because I had previously run these things before, so most of the packages are already, cached on my machine, so it's a lot easier to just run them that way. And let's also do the same for the front end. So you want to say cd front end and want to do yarn install as well. Oh, I'm spelling that install wrongly. It's not. Yeah, this is the right way. So it just downloaded all those things, all the node modules, and it just reconnecting them pretty fast. Okay, because I had previously worked with this already, so shouldn't take a lot of time to get done. So like here, we can see that this is done already. So we have all those things done, and once they are done, the first thing we want to do for the back end is to bring in some environment variables. So for everything to be up and ready for this back end to be operational, I need to set up some environment variables. And to do that, within this folder called backend, you create a new file, call it .env. And let's paste this information. Okay, so now this is a bucket. We have not yet created a bucket, but I think we can do that. If we go back to this our project that is running, you see the blockchain is being synchronized. So there's a lot of things going on under the hood. So now if I come to these are buckets where we have different kinds of buckets. So I could create a new bucket and call it exactly as it is here, VidTv. So I'm going to call that bucket. So create a new bucket, call it VidTv. So I have the bucket created. So whenever this is done, we'll have access to that bucket as well. And this will be the password which you can access this Renterd API. And this is the endpoint for the API URL. This is the origin of our backend. We need that so that we'll be able to interact with our backend from our front end, or to formulate a URL for downloading or streaming data from the Renterd service and from the backend here. Okay, so and this is the port which this application is going to be running. Okay, so now that we have all these things installed, the backend installed, I would just want to click on here. Okay, we have the front and back end installed. I want to click on and just check out to the starter branch, which has this 01. Okay, starter branch. That is where we'll shift into, so that everything will be on the same page. And at this point, I could do yarn build and yarn start. Okay. So the server is running on port 9000, and if I visit port 9000 here, so say localhost port 9000, you can see this, welcome message, which is just the only endpoint that is currently there. And if that is for the backend for now, I'm just setting up everything and testing out that, making sure that the various components are working just fine. So for the front end, we need to also create, a .env as well, .env file. For this .env for the front end, we want to paste these two important environment variables. This one, of course, points to the backend service. So this is the endpoint to which we can interact with the backend service, as you can see with this browser, all right? And so regarding this public project ID, how you get it, you visit cloud.walletconnect.com, you sign in or you sign up, you create a project, okay? Create a project. If I come back to this project, you can see the project that I do have. So you can create a new project, give it a name and a link, and then you create one. I've already created 3 already, so I'm going to just use any one of these. So I could use this demo, and in this demo here, you just copy the project ID. That is all you need to do, and you paste it here. All right, so there you have it for the project ID. That's how I got it, okay? And after you have that, the two those two are now available, the environment variables. So the next thing you want to do is to run yarn and yarn build and yarn start. So it's going to build the project. After building it, it's going to start up the application. And thank God we are in this starter branch right now, this 01 starter branch. So it doesn't have any crazy React code or anything. It's just basically HTML and CSS, and this is the project right here, import 3000. You see, this doesn't even work. This login button doesn't work. There is nothing literally working here. Everything here is still, on the HTML and Tailwind configuration. So now I didn't get to teach you. I'm not going to teach you how to code HTML and CSS because that is not the focus of this particular, course. But if you want to learn how to build this app from scratch, not the entire app, but just the Tailwind HTML parts, so that you can learn front-end development for Web3 development, then that is UI design, interface design, and I would recommend that you watch the video below. That video is going to teach you how, this particular application was built to be responsive, to look like this and all that. So you're going to learn all that in the video there, but for this particular teaching, we're going to focus on building just the logic behind this, streaming application. All right, so with that said, I'm going to see you in the next part of this video, where I will start explaining the various application structure so that you understand what we're doing. Then step by step, we're going to get this project till it finished. I'm going to explain it to you so that you can understand what we are doing, okay? It's nothing crazy here, and that is one of the reasons why I say if you know NextJs or React already, just React or NextJS, you're good for this project. That is all you need. Okay, so at this point, let me explain to you what is going on here, okay? Because there seem to be a lot of things. I've been able to bundle this project in a way that the three of them are in the same place, okay? The three components or angles of it. So I'm going to explain it one after the other. And I think I should start with the Renterd, project structure down to the back end and then the front end. Yeah. So the single most important content for the Renterd is this Docker compose file. Okay, this Docker compose file is responsible for pulling the image of Renterd, the Zen testnet, because on Mac it's not yet available, but on the Docker environment you can interact with it. You have access to it, which is this master, -Zen. And we needed an environment variable for this particular setup because it doesn't work without an environment variable. So if I just do code, okay, so this is the environment variable. It contains the seed and also it contains the password that you want to use. For this, I'm just going to go with test. And these are the ports. These ports are default to Renterd. These are various ports which Renterd does offer some services. Okay, so the only one that you have to be concerned with is this one with 8080, which as of right now, I even want to show you that Renterd is completely synchronized. Remember, we initiated that whole synchronization stuff where the blockchain was synchronizing. You can see that 50 KS, which is 50,000 Sia coin that we supplied into this our wallet. Our wallet. So our wallet contains 50,000 KS, which is quite enough to run our project, run our operation a lot. And these are the following hosts on the network, okay, that you can check their active days. You can have information about them, so you can filter through them. There are many of them, okay. So these are various ones. Of course, not all of them have anything to do with us. You can be able to block a host or whatever you want to do. So this angle appeared after you've synchronized the blockchain. Okay, it gives you access to all the hosts that are on the Sia blockchain. Okay, so this is it. But this is where it's important. These are 12 hosts amongst all the 12 hosts which we're having a contract to deal with. Remember that we set up a configuration before, right? So this configuration is used to specify how much you're willing to pay for a renting space, the duration, the maximum, the size of the storage that you're looking for, how long you want to store with them, and also the renewal basis. You also want to this configuration also specifies how many the expected upload and download, which is the bandwidth, you understand, for people to stream, if they want to stream video, if they want to download video, if they want to upload video. All of those things are captured here. So those are the things that you're actually paying for. So that is the budget for the entire thing. So it helps you to set up a budget for the size of storage, location that you want, storage space you want on this Sia blockchain. Okay. Now, after you do that, and after the blockchain gets synchronized, it just automatically, if everything in this configuration is all correct, automatically, and if you follow what I've just done, it should be fine with you as well. Automatically, it will match you as a renter, it will match you with 12 hosts. Why 12 hosts? Because if you look here, these are the number of hosts that you want to create a contract for. And these 12 hosts, they are going to be the one hosting your data. So each one of them will have certain portion or certain segments of your data that you're pushing into your bucket, which this is your bucket or the default one. So there will be caching and these things are going to be stored on their computer. Okay, that's what it means. So you can see that I have about 12 of them here. So you can see all of them are all active and on autopilot. You can see their various addresses, and some of them you could just see their full-fledged address, which is good, and they are showing you that they are all active. Okay, so that is what you need to know there. This is for S3 in case you want to utilize S3, and this is beyond the scope of our video. We're not doing S3 usage here. So but S3 ability is integrated into the Sia Renterd software. And you have alert. Alert gives you information of what is going on with your contract. If there is any problem, okay, it will be notified of you there. And I think this should be under. You can literally interact with this alert using the alert the API in the alert section. I think it should be in the boss component of the Renterd. So you should check that out. So, but we're not doing alert for this particular video though. But whenever you log into your Renterd, you should be able to see if there is any warning, any problems with your project. It should be able to display there. All right, so that is all you need. And here shows you information or the transactions that are happening, on your on your wallet. Okay, so there are many transactions that happen. For example, you can see this is when we sent that specific amount of money, into our wallet, and since then we've been little by little, some of this money has been going, for setting up the contract. A lot of this is going, for various purposes. Okay, you can see this is the amount of Sia coin that I have available. Part of them went to the host that I'm actually, hosting my data with. You understand? So those hosts, where are they? So these guys here, they've actually gotten some of the data. Okay. So, and whenever you upload something, you can literally upload something here. So I'm going to just do a dummy upload. Let's get something just simple. Okay, so I'm going to put this file here, download. You can see it's been uploaded into this Renterd. You can do this from here as well, but this is not the means which you want to do it. Want to do it basically using an API. Okay, so but I just want to show you that this is the functionality of it. Okay, so as of this point, that's all you need to know. So these are the various pairs that we've connected to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these 8 guys, we use that to synchronize with the blockchain. Okay, and yep, and this is some settings, and you can log out here if you want to. So those are just all the things you need to know about the Renterd. Now, the Renterd interface. Now, let us go back to what we're explaining on VS Code. So these are ports that are very instrumental to the Sia Renterd. So these are ports that are really instrumental to the Sia Renterd, and when you click here, you can see that this port is the one responsible for displaying the UI, user interface, of the Sia network. These other two have instrument. They have their usage. Okay, and lastly, this volume here. This volume, let me show you. This volume is where we dump the blockchain data. So all the whole blockchain synchronized data, we're keeping it, we're putting it here. And that is one of the reasons why in that phase where we have that requirement, project, the system requirement for running Renterd, it was specified that you need around 256, SSD, right? So this data, this is what will be done on your computer. Okay, so this is what you should know about. And here we have restart. You see, when you're putting this on, no, never mind. So this restart on let's stop, because sometimes a container may, have some issues or run into a problem. We are restarting that, container so that this Sia, Renterd will always be online, and then this stop grace of 5 minutes. So this stop grace of 5 minutes. So those are the simple things that are needed, and you just run this, which we did, and you start up your Renterd. Okay, and once you started it up in the initial place, you can also pull it down. But whenever you start it up again, you don't need to go through that whole configuration process. Okay, so talking about the configuration process, there is some warnings that you may receive from time to time, and you should pay attention to it. You can see here it is informing me that 2 recommendations to match with more hosts. Okay, I've already matched with more hosts though, but in case you did not match with more hosts, then you need to increase the maximum download price. Currently is at 1.4, but you need to increase it to 1.8. If I come here to see what they are talking about here, this is basically 1.4. So if I can increase it to 1.8, then it just resolves that. So I'm going to do this now. 1.8, you can see that problem is gone. Now also for this price here, it is at 331. If I can increase it to 365, then that problem should also go away. So I'm going to come here and say 365, and you can see that problem is gone, and I just saved that. So these are various things that you can do to make sure that your Renterd is running just fine, okay, and you'll be good. Okay, so remember, this environment variable goes for this Docker, compose file, because it's utilizing it here. So that is all you need to know for this particular Renterd. Now let us jump into the backend part. Now the backend part is going to be utilizing these various environment variables. So this is API bucket. It's called VidTv, which if you come here, you find that I've created VidTv previously. So the name must match. Make sure that you have a matching name. This is the password for you to log into your Renterd as we specified during installation. And this is where Renterd is running, okay? This is where it can be accessed. So that's why we're specifying it there. This is the origin. Origin means that is the domain name which your backend is running, because you want to construct, a URL or a pattern that is consistent, with your project. So we're doing this here. If you have another way of doing this as well, you're welcome. And you're specifying this port. Make sure that this port and this are matching together. All right. So that is for the backend environment variable. Now, this GitHub here, although not very important to our project, so I can delete it, but it's basically a GitHub workflow, so I can remove it. That GitHub workflow is going to be very important, whenever you're doing CI/CD, continuous development and continuous integration. All right. I think I shot a video of recent, which you can watch on the channel, where I did something like that. So you do check it out. Node module, you can see all these ones are grayed out because I have delisted them from this git ignore, because they are not necessary for you to upload them to GitHub. All right, so we have this SRC, which is like the main place. But before then, these are the TypeScript configuration. It helps to specify. You don't need to touch this. You don't need to touch this. This is just some package.json, specifying the various package, dependency that we're using. For these ones are for development purposes. You can see TypeScript base, and this is JSON Web Token. We are not using JSON Web Token, but I'm just going to keep it there because I don't want to remove anything. We're using Axios for making interactions with Renterd. We're using calls for making sure that we don't have those, annoying complaints on the browser that, this violates calls rule, so you need to, that this .env, we use that to read environment variable such as this one. Okay, so that is really important. All right, so we use Express to form the server, Express file upload, an extension of it that is used to catch the files that we are uploading, to the back end. And we have HTTP status code to specify the response code that we're supposed to return with each, upload or download. JSON Web Token is not important. Node cron, this is going to be important when we're doing background tasks later, because there is a certain procedure which we created the back end, such that whenever you upload a new video or a new file, what it does is to cache that file on our back end. When a file is cached on our back end, then Renterd will then upload it as well to Renterd, but without delaying the user anymore, so that the user can get back to work. And the user can then be interacting with the cached file, all right, while we do our uploading, without interrupting the user. Now, definitely, when you're uploading like that, it will eventually become large on your local, storage here. So if it is so, then you want to set up a background process that will be deleting files that have been around there for 7 days. So you delete that, and the next time they are requesting for any one of those files is going to be pulled from Renterd. This is because you want to make the application really fast, and for doing that, this is the procedure that I'm using, and it works just fine. All right, so you're using that to reduce latency, time delays and all of that, which is really fantastic. With that said, so all of these ones are just regular stuff, for TypeScript, for converting TypeScript into regular JS, for building TypeScript project and so on. All right, so I'm going to close this now. What else is here? There's nothing here to tell you about except this here is some utility packages. For example, this HTTP exception is just a class, all right, and the class, it extends the error class, and you have two properties, status and message, and a constructor that automatically will run whenever you instantiate this class, and it will take the status number and then return the status message. So yeah, and then also the status message as well, but it superimposes this status message with the default one that that comes with error, so it overrides it. All right, so that is it for that HTTP exception. It's just very simple. Now you also have this file upload interface. This will constitute a single file. So once a file is sent to our server, these are the properties that we are expecting that file to carry. So these are some basic things that you should understand about this project. It's just very simple, all right? So at this point now, we want to come to this index.tss. This index, this is where we'll be running our various endpoints. As you can see, there is only one endpoint here, and we've imported these various things. This is for environment variable, this is for cause, this express and its component, which is, and its extension, which is file upload. This is status code, and this is HTTP exception. So we instantiated the express application and utilized the port number, added the core extension, and also added the file upload extension, and then we created an endpoint, which is the home one. Whenever it's home, you can just say, give a message, say welcome, otherwise just returns the status, the exception. All right, so this is just a simple stuff, nothing crazy here, and that is all that is about the backend. Now we're going to be working on the backend, but before I do that, I want to also show you the front end code so that you will all be on the same page. So I'm going to close that. In the front end code, we only need 2 environment variables, which include the project ID. This project ID is necessary for that particular authentication, on the front end with your wallet address. We're building a Web3 based application. So we want to utilize something that is more of Web3 than a traditional or legacy, authentication method. All right, so we're using that WAGME library to achieve our goal. And this is the URL to which you can upload or download files from, which is our backend. All right, so now that I've said so, this you don't need to know anything about it. This is just managed by NextJs. The places we need to focus our attention, are this app directory and this utils directory. Okay, but before then, let me explain the various components that we're using here. We are using this React query and this WAGME modal. They are both used for the same thing. Okay, for that wallet connection. We have Axios for making, API calls. We have .env for connecting, for reading environment variables. This is just Next.js. This is React. This is for React as well. This is React icons. Some of those fancy icons that we're using all across this project is based on React icons. This is skeleton loader. So those animation, those loading animation that, if you watch the demo of this or the project, you see some animations. We use that, and I'm going to show you how to do this as well in this particular project. And this is React Player. We use that to watch the video. We use React Toastify to show notifications. We use Sharp. Sharp is just used natively by Next.js to optimize the images that that is being displayed on your Next.js application. SQLite and SQLite 3 is used to manage a file-based database on on this particular on the front end. That is where we're going to be storing movie information. Okay, so we're not using any one of those MongoDB or anything. We don't want to put too much dependency. We want to just make it minimized so that we will not have too many dependency. This swiper is used for carousel, and this Vim and WAGME is also part of this wallet connection package. ESRun, we use that to run some JavaScript process on offline. So that is what it is about. So let's jump into this utility. Utility only have an interface. We have interface for movies. We have interface for posters. We have interface for file upload. So those are just the three interfaces that we're using. There's nothing crazy about it. A movie has an ID, user ID, which is the wallet address. A movie has a name. It has an image. You have, a video URL. You have a slug, release date, a genre, and rating, language, duration, and background, which is the synopsis. All right. So that is what it is about. This is just for a movie banner, while this is for a movie information. You're going to see it as we go. And you need this configuration. Okay, but before that, let me show you this type. You need to declare this type. You need to declare module swiper, which prevents TypeScript from making some complaint about the swiper library. So that is just what it is about. And Tailwind configuration is used because we're making use of Tailwind for this particular design, so we want to keep it that way. So Tailwind is very important for this. Is just some basic configuration that you need to have. So you don't need to touch all these things that I'm giving you. All these things I'm just explaining them. You don't touch them. We're just going to proceed. The only part you touch is where I'm touching. You understand? Where I'm working on. I'm just explaining these things to you. And what else? This I'm also explaining this. This we use this to rewrite every page part so that it will align with how we want to represent the page names, the page namings. Why this is used to exempt Next.js from complaining about the URL, the location where we're getting our images or where we're getting our assets online. So it kind of prevents it. That's what we're doing. So those are just the basic information there. Now let's jump into the application directory. This asset constitutes all the images that we're using on our project, not the dynamic ones, just the static ones. These are the components, where we have various components. This is the home, constitute the banner, the poster, the poster UI, the subscription. We have layout, which is the footer and the header. We have shared, which is the menu, the movie card, the uploaded component, and the file uploader component. You're going to see all those things in action as we go. Now, this data folder contains some dummy information for movies. That this one doesn't directly come from any database, but they are just some dummy stuff to get started, with. All right, so these are just for movies, just dummy stuff, and these are just the various 3 plans that we have on the platform. So those are just dummy data. Now this is the pages. We have about 3, not more than 3 pages. This account, this shows all the movies that you created. This is create, which is a page that enables you to create new movies. And then this movies folder contains about 2 other pages. This shows you, the slug page shows you a specific movie, okay? This edit page shows you, helps you to edit an existing movie, all right? So, and this is global, this is how you set up your Tailwind. This is the layout, the page layout, which is configured in such a way to wrap itself and add all these classes around it. This is where all our pages is going to be going. So we have the header here and the footer, and everything goes inside this main, element. And this is the page. So each page is going to follow this method. You understand? So just a regular stuff, So we're just grabbing movies from the data poster and just, loading it into the UI. So all of this is going to make sense as we go on, all right? So, but just know that these are the items that makes the application functions the way we do, when you do localhost. Yeah, this is what makes it to function that way. So in the next part of this video, remember what I said. If you want to build this thing from scratch yourself, I'm not talking about this, but I'm talking about things such as the regular HTML, let me show you. So for example, all this transition, all this overlay and all of that from scratch, then you go there. But I'm going to be building on from here. You understand? These parts are just like the base level, you understand? To just give me a HTML and a project structure that I can work with. So from here onward, we're going to start developing. So I just finished explaining everything for you so that you won't find anything confusing or too confusing. But I'm going to be explaining along, and I will be coding along with you so that you can get this project working. All right? So this project is at this state called a starter project. So I will see you in the next part of this video. So currently, let me open the terminal. So the backend is running. So if I go to cd backend and say yarn dev, again we have about 2 commands there. The dev helps to watch, real time changes and just apply it. Meanwhile, the start, it runs from the build, the distribution format, the production ready format of it. You understand? And then the build helps to prepare the project for distribution. All right. So what we're running yarn dev, okay. So it will be watching for any changes. And if I come here and say 9,000, you see that welcome. Another cool stuff is that I have an extension called Thunder Client that enables me to make requests using my Node.js. So instead of doing this, visiting it via the browser, I can literally visit it from my from my VS Code. All right, so when I run this, you can see that welcome, which is really cool and very handy. Now, with that said, let us come back. We'll look at it later. So now the project is up and running. So I would want you to create a new folder within this SRC directory. This is going to be where we have service. We're going to have like 2 services in this project. One is for interacting with the Sia Renterd. Meanwhile, the other is for background operations. Okay, so let's create a folder called services. So inside the services, we're going to create a new file, call it sia.service.ts for TypeScript. Now, inside this service, we're going to create a class. This is all TypeScript. Say call it Sia service. And inside this class, this class will contain operations for uploading files to the Sia network and operations for downloading files from the Sia network, and also operations for caching files and all those sort of things. So let's look at it. And for uploading file, we'll need there are some basic properties that we're going to need to get started. The properties include all those files that I showed you in the environment variable, so which includes this Sia bucket, the Sia URL. The Sia URL is basically the API URL, the Sia password, and the base URL. The base URL is the origin. Okay, and we're going to need a constructor. Okay, so that it can initialize these properties. They are all private properties. So I'll need to grab this. For example, I will say this dot the Sia bucket is equal to this. Now, because of some certain reasons, this might be empty. So you can see something like okay, this will work, or you just convert it to string. Okay, so by default it should be whatever is here or what is here. Okay, so not going to spend too much time on that. So I'm going to say this. You can also wrap it around in a string. Okay, that is also very convenient. So Sia URL is going to be, I think, let's open this. I can't find it, except I open it with saying cd code backend ENV. Except I open it like this. I mostly have difficulties opening it. I don't know whatever configuration it is preventing me from viewing it, except the file is already open. Okay, so I don't want to go through that for now. So this is the base URL. So that will become the Sia URL. So I'm going to replace it with this environment variable here. Great. Now let's do the same for the password and this base URL here. So let's get that. You see, as I had initialized them, those errors are gone. So I need to make sure that they are representing properly. So the password, let's get that. Okay. And the base URL, which is the origin. So let's get that as well. Origin. There we go. So those are the items. All right. So with this, we've formed our properties. Now we need a function called upload. Okay, but this is a class-based approach. So a function is actually a method of the class. So we need to use public keyword, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. So the name of this function is going to be called upload, upload file. So in uploading file, we're going to need the file, and is of a type of file upload. Okay, now this file upload is coming from this utility interface. Okay, so let's take note of that. So we need to have a return annotation. So what kind of data should this be returning? We want it to return a promise. All right, the promise should be of a type of an object or an error. Okay, so that is what it should return. And I think this is a fat arrow function, so it's also having some complaint around there. So since we're not creating it to be a fat arrow function, so there's nothing that is returning yet. So now this is okay. So we're going to run a try catch around this, a try catch block. Okay, and if there is any error, it should return this error. Not exactly like that. So what do we need to get from for now? I'm just going to do this. I just need to do this for now so that this will stop complaining. Okay, so say error. This error is of an any type. Okay. So now inside this try block, the first thing you want to do is to create a timestamp. Okay, because we're going to be naming this file differently, and there are reasons why we're naming these files differently, because we will use this later to track which time this file was uploaded, so that we calculate how many days it has spent on our server. If it is up to 7 days, we can delete it so that it can pull a fresh one from the SAR Renterd. And we want to create a random string. All right, so we want to generate a random string, and we have a specific function for doing that. And this is going to be a private function just below here. Call it, this is a private function, and it's going to generate a random string, and you can specify what length, the length of the string that we're doing that. So we're doing this so that each files that are uploaded into our Renterd, we have a unique string attached to them, so that they will not be conflicting with each other. So we say we'll get characters first. So the characters range from A to B, A to Z, and then small letters A to Z as well, and 0 to 9. So those are the characters we're going to need. Let's create a result. Let's create a variable called result that we hold our information, and we're going to loop through these. We'll loop through these particular characters, all of these characters that we want to say for loop for I. Let I equal to 0 until the I is equal to is less than or equal, is less than this length, this number of item. Okay, so we're going to be iterating through this item, how many number of characters we want to create. So we then say that this result, we're going to be appending it with the characters that we're grabbing the character at. We'll use a random mathematical formation. So we say floor, okay, and say math.random as well. Then multiply that by the character's length, dot length. Okay, so this will give us a random character amount within this whole character set. So we use that to be appending, depending on how many lengths of characters that you need. And once we do that, we then return that result. Say return result. All right, so Then at this point, we can come here and grab a random string. So we can say const random string is equal to this particular class, and then you're calling on this get random number string method, and we want how many string we want? We want just 4 characters. So this will be stored here. Now we want the identifier. Okay, the identifier for this image, we want to construct it using, say, identifier is equal to, this is used for identifying each image, or I mean not each file in our platform, so we're going to create a name for it. So we'll say the identifier is going to be this timestamp, okay, and I am merging it with 2 underscores, and I'm merging it with this random string, okay, just to give it enough unique flavor, unique, identification. Now, not only that, I want the folder name, because what I want to do here in Renterd, if you come here, is for this VidTv, I want each file that is created, I want it to be created, under their what is it called? It's called MIME type. That is the type of the file that is being uploaded. So if it's an image, I want it to be stored in a directory called an image directory. If it is a video, it should be stored in the video directly. If it's just another file, such as a PDF or so, it should be stored in an applications directory. And if it is a zip, it's also going to be stored in an application directly. If it's a sound, it should be stored in an audio directory. So that is what we're doing. So we're trying to construct that. We're saying that the folder, what will be the folder online that will contain this file, is called this file that we just grab here, and then we'll say dot MIME type, and I want to split it because it's a string. The MIME type always come with video slash, whether MP4, video slash, AV, something, whatever file extension is. So I'm going to split it at that slash and grab the first element of that. So that forms the folder for me. And then not only that, I also want the file extension. So I'll say extension. The file extension is going to be the second item of this, which is this. Okay, and then lastly, I also want to grab I want to form the file ID. So say file ID, which is like the file name. The file ID now is going to be this identifier merged with dot this extension. Okay, so this forms the name of the file. So this is good. Now, before I upload this file online, I want to cache that file. Okay, I want to cache it for the reason that if I upload it first without caching it, then you're uploading to my backend, and then my backend is uploading to Renterd. Now that will constitute double time wasting, which is not really cool for user experience. So I want to cache that file so that I will then upload the video or whatever file at the background while you enjoy your time on the platform without delays. So that's what we want to do. Okay, so to do that, there's this thing called cache directory. Cache directory is equal to, so the cache directory, we're going to create it at the root of this backend project. So I'm going to save a folder, call it cache. Okay, so that is it. So this cache directory, okay, we want to say to grab it, we want to make sure that this file this directory exists. But if it does not exist, basically we can create it, so we don't even need to write it here directly. So we can say path. Now path is part of Node.js service, so I'm going to import it from path. So a library from Node.js, path.resolve, and then the name of the directory, like the root of this directory of this project, and I want to go back a step. Go back a step again. Because I'm inside this SRC folder and I'm inside this service folder. So if I go back, I want to get to this root and enter this folder called cache, which will be created later on, and say cache. All right. So at this point, this is the cache directory, and we need to check for its existence. So we want to say, before we even do that, we want to say const local file path. Okay, and you want to say this path dot say join. Call this. You enter this cache directory. Okay, and you get the folder name and the file ID. Okay, so this will grab you the local file path where the file exists in your project right here. Whenever we upload, we also cache into that directory. So now we can then say const directory path, which is that path, and say this path dot dir name, which is directory name, and we'll add in this local file path. I want to say if it does not exist. Okay, if fs dot now we need a library called fs, you understand, and this fs is coming from the file stream library, the fs library, of Node.js. So fs, is called file system library. So that's what we're grabbing it from. So we want to use the file system to check if there is a file like that. So we'll say if fs, if not fs dot exist sync, if this directory path does not exist, that's what simply means. If it does not exist, want to make a directory sync. Okay, so I want to say make directory, and the directory that you're making, make directory sync, not just make directory sync. And so this will synchronously create a directory. Okay, that's what it means. So make directory sync, and you specify the directory path where you want to make this, and you want to say recursive is actually true. Okay, so if this is the first time that this directory is being created, so it's going to create all the directory. That is what it simply means. So you save that, and at this point you've made the directory. So this directory now, this path now exists. So then we want to write or copy down the file into that specific directory. So we want to save it in that directory. We want to say write stream, the stream of data is equal to this fs library dot create write stream, and you want to put that local file path. This is where you want to write it to, and then you say const data stream is equal to this file data, this file that we just got. There's something called data there. That data is of a type of buffer, you understand, and you want to check if this data is of an instance of buffer. then you should make it a readable. So we say readable. See, this readable is coming from that stream URL right now. So we just imported it. So you should take note of that. So we say readable dot, all these things are basically from Node.js. Okay, so say readable, and this is just basic JavaScript. It's not some kind of a complicated JavaScript. So readable, making readable out of this buffer file, this file.data. And otherwise, we just want to return that file.data. But I think we can totally just discard this whole line because it's not necessary. Because based on this structure that we specified here, we are making sure that every file that we're grabbing, file.data, is always a buffer. So, and there is no other way that we can get data except is a buffer. You understand? So I'm going to comment out this line for now, and I will say that we then want to perform this thing called await, promisify, want to get promisify from util. So this util is basically another Node.js library. Okay, so we want to grab promisify. It makes something a promise. It makes a function or a process a promise. Okay, so when we promisify, we want to pipeline this thing because it's a stream data. So we want to make it a pipeline. There's so many kind of thing because you want to save this data with the original context. So so this pipeline, that we're working with stream of data. Okay, so when you're working with stream of data, you need something to put those series of streams. Just put it properly. It's not like the way, think about it like a pipeline, and then you have stream of data. You want it to rush. You want it to be channeled properly. So that is all I can say right now about it. Okay, so but this is how you get it done. Okay, that's the most important part here. So you want this file.data, and you want to make sure that you add this right stream. So you are basically saving this file in this, you're copying this file or you're saving this file inside of this local directory. You understand? So you're creating the file. Basically, that is what is happening. You are creating that file. You're copying it down to that place, and it's there. So we don't need this. But in case you want to add this line, then you can easily just replace this with that. Okay, so but whichever means that you want, it works just fine. So now there's one more step. This step, we need to upload the file to the Sia Renterd. Okay, so this is where we need to do that, but we'll come back to that later. And then we want to say return. We want to return an object. So the object will contain a URL. The URL is going to be based on this structure. So we say this, so make sure that it's a backtick. So you say this.base URL, and I want to say /download. So this is the endpoint which you can view this file. Okay, this is a URL which, when I return this URL, is going to be used to be saved as either the movie poster URL or the movie video URL. Okay, so we want to say download / now I'm going to construct it based on the folder name, because this is exactly how it's going to be stored on Renterd. It's going to be stored based on the folder name and the file ID. Okay, so Okay, and then you want to say a message, and this message should be file successfully uploaded. Okay, so this will work just fine, but we can't test it yet until, let's say, we hook it up with an upload endpoint. So at this point you can save it. So when you save that, we need to then test that this up to this part works, all the things that we've created so far is working before we start uploading, because this is a step that we've not yet included. So let's get that part together. You come here, this is an endpoint. We want to create another endpoint called app. This is going to be a post endpoint. So this is going to be called /upload. Okay, and it's going to have this asynchronous function, a request. I think we can just copy this and paste here. Make sure you end with this. Okay, so it has a request, a response, and a next function. Okay, so for right now, we want to first test. For us to proceed with this, we need to wrap it around a try catch to ensure that we manage any errors that may show up. And if there is any error, we want to see it should be wrapped around this next function is a new HTTP exception. And this HTTP exception, we want to call this status code and want to say it has a bad request. And the message should be this, whatever this error message is, dot message here. And you want to make sure that this is of a type of any. Okay, so if there is any error in this request, it's going to be returned with this right there. And if everything goes well, we want to first of all check if this request contains this thing called files. If it doesn't contain files, then we want to throw another exception here. So I'm going to copy this place, come here, say true an exception, a new exception, and the name of the status code should be no content. So if there is no file, we want to say no content, and the message should be, no file uploaded. All right, so there we go. But if this passes correctly, then we want to say const, which is the file upload. Okay, or we can just call it file, or we can say data is of a type of file upload interface. Okay, and we want to assign it this request dot files. There's a certain one called file. The name here is going to be called file, and we want this to be as file upload. Okay, so now there we go. We then need to call on that Sia, instantiate that Sia network or the Sia service, sorry. So we can instantiate it here. We'll say const Sia service is equal to a new Sia service, but it's not available yet. Why it's not yet available is because we didn't export this. Okay, so we need to export it. Say export default Sia service. Okay, so I'm going to save that. So it's exporting this class. So at this point, if I say Sia service, it's now available. And please, all of this, make sure that you always start them with this. Okay, so now I have this a new Sia class, Sia service class. Now at this point, I can then say that const result that comes back is equal to await is a promise based function. Say method, say await Sia service dot upload file, and in uploading file you need to pass this just call this file instead, file. So I'm going to upload past that file here, and whatever result it returns, I want to say result return a result the status code, and to attach a status code, say status code is going to be status code dot created, which means that that file was successful. And then you need a JSON. You also want to return a JSON. You want to return this result as a JSON. So when you save this, then let's test it out and see how this works. So I'm going to come here and make sure this is post, and I will say upload. And not just that, you want to come to body and you want to say form. You want to call this file. Let the name of this file be corresponding with this here called file. You can see that should be the same. And you want to make this a file. Okay, so you don't need that here, so you need to create it here. So you say file and you choose a file. So go to download. All right, so let's choose this file here. See, okay, so let's push it. So but before we push it, this is back end here. And before we push it, let's come back to this place and let's log out this file. Now let's make this request. I say upload. You can see that this was successfully uploaded. You can see this is the data that was sent. You can see that the cache has been created and the image has been created, and this is the image that was uploaded right there. Like, this is just awesome. All right, this is really cool. So at this point, I think we're good to go. We tested that our operation works just fine. So, and as that is tested, the next step is to complete this upload process. We need to create a function that will help us to put this file on, Sia Renterd. You understand? So, so we'll create another function here. This is going to be a private function this time, private, and it's going to be a synchronous function called upload to Sia. Upload to Sia Renterd. All right. Now, in this place, you want the file, name of the file. You want the file to be of a file type of file upload. You want the folder which you want this file to be uploaded. So it's going to be a string. You also need the file ID, so which is also a string. Okay. And after you specify this, you want it to return a promise, and this promise should be based on an Axios, because we're going to be using Axios, so it's going to be based on Axios response. Okay. So that has been imported from Axios. All right, we have Axios installed already. Axios, if you don't know, is basically a HTTP request library. Okay. So at this point, you want to form the URL, and I think we should go back here. So if we go back to Renterd API, and in the Renterd API, I want to look at the boss component. In the boss component, we want to look at the object keys. The object keys, this particular one here, this is the endpoint that we will use in interacting or sending files to Renterd in this particular video. So you can see this is the format, and we also want to include a bucket. Okay, so a bucket is really important for this operation as well. So let's get that part. So that endpoint will enable us to do that. So we'll have to construct it here. To construct it, we'll say const URL is a string, of course. You see, because we're using TypeScript, everything has to be, well coupled. You understand? So we need to construct this string, and this string is based on the Sia URL, and you want to say /API, just as we have here, /API, right? So /API /worker / which is the component, and then object. Okay, objects. You can see all these things are just specified here, and then this will be like, the part which I want to store this, this thing. The last content there is basically the file. You understand that? But these full bar are just, the location, the destination of the file that you're uploading. So everything is just, this full bar here is the key. You understand? And then at the key, you will find the value there at the end of the key. So you want to say /. Now, I want to specify the folder which I want to upload this file, and then the file ID as well. So the name of the file is going to be file ID. And there's one more thing that you can do with this here. I could select which bucket. The default bucket is this, and if I don't specify it, this file is going to go into this bucket. But I don't want it to go into the bucket. I want to go into this VidTv bucket here, because that is the name of our project. So I can come here and then specify it by putting this question mark, okay, and say bucket is equal to this dot Sia bucket. All right, so these are being gotten from the environment variable. So this is the location where we send in our data. Now let's configure. You can do const. Say call it config. Inside this config, we're going to specify the method. We want to specify the things that are needed. So you can see that the method here, the HTTP method here, is put. So you have to use put and not post. Okay, so I need to specify all those configurations here at the configuration here. So I'm going to say method, is actually called put. Okay, and I'm going to say the max. There's something called max body length. Max body length. Max body length is going to be infinite. Okay, because we don't know how large this file is going to be. All right, and then the URL is going to be this URL. But JavaScript enables me to do that with just one line of code. And then we need to also add headers. The headers is going to be an object. So within this object, header object, I want this thing called authorization. Authorization is going to be a basic authorization. We want to say basic, okay, and you want to merge it with a buffer. This buffer, you want to convert it from password, okay, and yep. So then you convert this. You say dot. Say to string. Make sure that is a string, and the string is going to be base 64 encoding. So after you've done this, you want to also specify the content type. Say content dash type. Content dash type is going to be whatever the file.mi type is. Okay, so it could be a PNG file. It could be image /PNG. It could be image that /JPEG. It could be video /MP4. So whatever it is, that will become the content type. All right. So after you've done the business of the header, you also want to say the data which it will be uploading should be this file.data. Okay. So there you have it. And one more stuff. You want to monitor the progress, the upload progress. You want to say on upload progress. Okay, so this is going to be a function on upload progress. Okay, it's going to be a function, and that function is going to have a parameter from progress event, okay, which is of an Axios progress event. All right, so you then want to say that const deloaded, because there's two items I want to grab from that progress event, which is this loaded and total. This is okay, so this loaded and total, so then you want to perform a mathematical operation to determine the percentage by rounding the division of the loaded divided by the total. You understand that? So this will give you the percentage when you multiply it by 100. So you get the percentage of the completed upload. So, and then you just want to be logging it out as new, as it is updating on the fly. You want to say upload progress report, so that we'll be seeing the percentage as it goes. You understand? As it goes on the Sia network. Okay. After this, these are the configurations that you need to attach to your Axios operation. So at this point now, you can say do a try catch, right? And remember, if there is any error, you just want to simply throw that error. Okay, let's say throw new error. And you want to make sure that this is a type of any. So I want to say throw new error, error.message, or error uploading file. So if there is no error, this is what we want to do. We want to just simply return, say await Axios. We want to import Axios as well from Axios. So Axios dot, there's a certain method called request, and the request will require a configuration. Okay, so it requires a configuration, and this configuration is based on Axios request config, and probably if we just do it Axios request config here, it would have been easier then. So when we do sort of method, you understand that, and we could have just done put easily. Okay, so and then we want to pass this config here. Yep, and with this you can come here, and this is what we're going to do at this point. So we're going to pass in that file, remember, and we also need to say this dot, okay, this dot, not just upload, but you want to append it with this. And remember, it has 3 arguments, so you need to supply the folder and you need to supply the file ID. All right, now if you say await, that means when this is uploading, after it's finished uploading, it has to then wait another time again to upload this data to the Sia Renterd. But you don't want the user to be waiting at this stage because you already have this cached. So you're just going to wait, just return this information and allow the process to be uploaded under the hood. You understand that? So I'm going to save this. Now, when I come here, and let me open this here so that you can see whatever is going on. And I click on, you can see the name is going to change this time. The name is going to change this time. It's going to be a different name. So I say upload. You can see that it actually had the progress report, and this is another image. Okay, and the file was uploaded. So let's check our Renterd and see if there was any file uploaded. You can see that there was a new file uploaded, and it is placed in this image directory. You can see the name of the file here. You can literally download this file from here as well, but we want to programmatically do that, so to read it from the Renterd. So this file now is in the Renterd Sia Renterd ecosystem in the blockchain. So we're going to be reading and writing from the blockchain. Okay, I know now that your question will be like, oh, isn't this cached here? Yes, it is cached here, and because it is cached here, we're also going to be putting a process to delete these files after 7 days. So that's why we added this whole naming structure for this is timestamp. We'll use this timestamp to determine if this file have lived in this cache directory up to 7 days. If it will delete it so that it can read a fresh one from the Sia Renterd. With this, it will reduce the latency time and make the file upload process and download process a lot faster. So that's what we need for a streaming platform. That's why we're doing it like that. Okay, so at this point, we're gonna jump into the next endpoint, which is to download the file programmatically. So we now are able to upload files, right? So we need to be able to download those files as well. So think about this download as just reading the file, okay? Read and writing of files, okay? So being able to read write image, let's read images. So I'm going to come here, just close these guys, and let us do another one. We call this one, this one is going to be public. So public async, we'll call it download file. Okay, so what is it going to constitute? It's going to require a folder name. Okay, and it's going to also require, this folder name is a string, of course, and it's going to require a file ID, which is also a string in this case. And we expect to return a promise, and this promise is going to be in Node.js, dot readable stream. No, readable stream. Yeah, so this is data type it's returning, and just like we did with this, we'll need a URL as well. Okay, so this URL, let's customize it a little bit. So at this point, we use this endpoint to put images in the blockchain, but this one is for getting images from the blockchain. And yeah, it's basically almost the same thing as the other, just except for some key changes. See, you can actually put some parameters such as bucket, specify the bucket you want to read from, just like we specified the bucket we wanted to upload to. You can see that here. So this is the address, the URL where we want to get the image from, and afterward we want to get this as well. This is the configuration that is needed, and yep, for this one we're not going to need a content type, okay, and we don't need a data, we don't need to download anything, okay. So all we need is a response type. The response type should be stream, okay, stream as const, as a constant, okay, and it's not going to be a put method but a get method, okay. So these are all you need to make that request, and then you're going to need a try catch, of course, a try catch. Now there's the try catch, and before I start doing anything associated with the try, I want to catch something. Now pay attention. When you are calling for an image that does not exist on the blockchain, or that does not exist on our cache, we need to be able to respond with a message such as 404 for image not found. So when a request for a file is being it is sent to us and that file is not found in our cache, neither is it found in our Sia Blockchain Renterd space, then it should respond with a default file saying 404 not found. To get that, we need to create another folder here. So I already have something similar to this, so let's look into that backend. Look at this response file. It contains a 404 image. This is 401, mean unauthorized, and it also contains a 404 image called not found. So we want those two images and we want to put them in a file called response files. Now at this point I will come here and paste it here. So I want to paste response file here, so you can see now I have a folder called a 401 image and a 404 image is needed. So that is what I will use in this caching angle. All right, so now if there is any error, there should be any, I want to log out that error silently. So say log, okay, console.log that error, and we don't just want to only log this error, we want to say const not found. We can decide to call this like 404 is equal to 401. Okay, 404 that is not found. You access the path dot resolve. Okay, so it's going to be something similar to this. Okay, yeah, because they are located in the same level. So I will say 404, we'll go to response files. That's the folder I'm targeting. And not only that, I want to grab this 404.png image. So this is the 404 not found part. And yeah, so once I grab the part of that 404, I then want to create a readable stream using that image found in that location. So I'm going to say return fs for file system, say create readable stream, read stream from that 404 part. Okay, so this is cool, but before you do this, before you keep it this way, you want to first check if this error, you understand, is it talking about 404? Is it a 404 error? If it is a 404 error, it should return that. We can just keep it this way so that any error, anything of such nature, we don't care which kind of error code, so long as it's not found, we just want to read this, return this. So this is okay, we can keep it this way. So now we have the what's it called, the catch mechanism working. Now let's check for try. Let's grab the image. So before we proceed, we even proceed, we want to be able to grab the image or whatever file that we're trying to access. So we want to grab it from here, from the local path, because we want to first check if it does exist in our local directory, our cached image. Is it cached? If it is cached, we want to pull from the cache. But if it's not cached, then we want to pull it from Renterd. That's what we're doing here, okay? So we want to use that same if statement that we've done before, which will help us to make sure that if that part doesn't exist, we want to make sure that it does exist. Okay, so if this directory path does not exist, then we want it to be created, which is this make dar sync. After we made sure that the cache directory, the directory for caching, does exist, the next line of action here is to ensure that currently at this point, I don't think this next step I'm about to do is necessary. So what we just do is to save this file to that particular location. So we want to say const file exists is equal to this fs dot exist sync. So I want to pass in this local path. Does it exist? Does this particular file, does it exist? If file exists, then this is what we want done. We just want it to return that by creating a read stream. We just want to return something like this. Okay, this file exists. This local part. So we just want to return that file if it does exist. But if it doesn't exist, then we want to pull it from Renterd. So this is grab from local cache. Okay, but else we want it to grab from Renterd. All right, so to grab from Renterd, we want to make that Axios request that we've done the configuration already. So we need to say const response is equal to await Axios dot request, and you pass in that config object that we created here. So after you've done this, then you want to say const write stream is equal to, you call this fs and you call create write stream, and then this local path. So you grab this from Renterd, you're making this request. Okay, you're writing this into a particular location. Okay, and then you return this request. So let's just do this instead. So let me explain that again. If we don't have any file on local cache, we want to grab it from Renterd and want to create a write stream, a stream of data that we want to save on our local computer, because we don't just want to grab it from Renterd, but we want to also store it, in case we're going to need it again. You understand that? So when we're reading it the second time, instead of coming all the way here, it will just read this one, which will be faster. But if it's not yet available in the first try, it's going to read from this place instead. So that's the logic that we're trying to, imbibe into this. So now you say promisify, like we did before, using pipeline. And what you're doing is this response.data, which will be the image or whatever thing that you're returning, and you want to write it to this location. You want to make sure that it's written, and it's written on your file system. That means it's cached in this location, okay, the local path location. And then you simply just return that response.data, and that will fulfill this node stream here. You understand? So with this, let me remove this. We don't need too much comment. So with this, we'll be able to retrieve files from the blockchain, you understand, and manage all that process. So, but let's name this download from Sia, say Renterd, and this should be private. Okay, and we need to write another function here called upload. This one is just going to be simple. What it will simply do, I'm going to paste it here. So what it will simply do is a public function. It's called download file. It takes in the folder name and the file ID, and it returns a readable stream. And then it calls on this file stream, and you can call on this function, pass in the folder name and the file ID, and just return that readable stream that it returns. So when you save that, then we can call on it as an endpoint on this part. So it's an endpoint now, and for this endpoint, it's going to be a get say app dot get, and when you're getting, but we're going to specify the URL here, but for now let us do this. Okay, so remove this. So the endpoint here is /download slash, and then I'm going to use this dynamic naming for the folder and slash the dynamic naming for file ID. Okay, so this will give me the name of the folder that I'm trying to access, if it's an image, and then the name of the image, or the name of the video, the video folder / image. So it's a more streamlined format of accessing file from the Renterd. So in line with how we customize it during upload. So first thing you want to do is say const. Want to destructure this. There's this thing called request.params. Okay, because these things are called params. All right. So I'm trying to access this from params. I'm accessing this folder name and the file name from params. And I want to do a try catch, and if there is any error, I just want to log it out, like make sure that this is any. Okay, so I'm just logging out and saying bad request. But now here is what we want to do. If there is no folder such as this, if you didn't supply any folder, and if you did not supply any, or if you did not supply any file image, file ID, so file ID, then it should return this response. You could say return response dot status code dot bad request, dot chosen, and for the JSON you want to say something like folder or file name missing. So I could do something like an interpolation folder, which I could say something like this folder, or file name or file ID miss and not found, empty. Okay, so this is when you didn't supply any one of those. Otherwise, if they are both present, then we just want to make a call. So I want to say result is equal to await that Sia service dot download file, and we want to pass the folder name, and also want to pass the file ID. All right, so when we grab that, we want to then say return. Want to use, instead of doing return response, we want to return the result dot, we're using pipe. The reason why we're using pipe is because this is a stream data that you're downloading from the server. So it's not like a JSON stuff, a text that you just want to display. This could take some time, and you don't determine how long the download is going to take. It depends on the size of the file. So if a file is 100 megabyte, it's going to take a while. So that's why we're using this pipe format. So we're piping the response. Okay, I want to say status code is status code dot okay. All right, so this is it. Okay, and now let's make a request and see how it goes. If we come back to this place that we've been working on, and let's say let me create another endpoint here. Okay, so a new endpoint, but this is going to be called download / okay, now if we go back to this place, we want to grab this image back. Okay, this image we uploaded, so this is image / the file ID, image / the file ID. So we want to grab this from that location, so let's call that, at face value, I wanted to say that this may be wrong, but it's not actually wrong. This isn't just interpreting, the response properly. So we're going to have to utilize a browser to read that information. So if I paste the URL here, you see that. So it's reading properly, which is really cool. What if I type in a wrong address, let's say JPE instead of JPG? See that this is the not found image is the one appearing, which is cool. It prevents you from encountering unnecessary errors, when you are working with this. So let's do that. Okay, what if we don't have that in the cache? Let's say there is no image in the cache directory. The cache directory is just empty, and let's call this. Okay, we've refreshed, and after we did refresh, you saw that it pulled it back from Renterd. You understand? What if we even delete this whole cache thing? And let's check it out again. Refresh, and on doing that, the entire thing just got created back, which is really cool. Like now, whenever it's reading for the first time, it's gonna pull it from Renterd, but if it has fetched it before, then it's just going to pull from the cache, and then the cache get, specific files in the cache get removed once they clock 7 days. That's one of the things you should know here. So this is cool. We've been able to test our ability to upload and, download content files of any kind. Okay, I haven't actually tried uploading let me come back here. Let's upload a video and see. This is a file. So let's change this. Look for a video. And let's look at this intro video, dApp Mentors intro video. Yep. So let's click this and let's upload that. And it is uploaded. If we come to Renterd, this VidTv, see we now have not just only image, we also have video here, and you can see the video here, right? Absolutely cool. And the video has also been cached. If you look at this, you see a video here that is being cached as well, which all of these files will be removed after 7 days, to make sure that it maintains a clean stuff. So if you try to copy this URL and visit it on the browser, it will prompt you to download it. You understand? So, and if you download that, then you can stream it or play it from your downloads. So this is the downloaded file here. So you see that. So now every angle of this has now been completed. So now there's one more thing that we need to do. We need to be able to, there's one more service that we need to write. A service that will be called the background, service. It will run on the background when you start this. Anytime that this project is started, it will automatically also start and be watching for files. Every 7 days it will run. It will run every day basically, and any file that is up to 7 days, it's going to remove it. Just going to remove it, so that because some of these files are no longer in request. you see, if you have a huge platform where so many people are, viewing different content, some contents are not viewed very often. So those contents should not be occupying much of the server resource. So they should be, in Renterd. Whenever they are requested for, they can be pulled from there, which is cool. You understand? So it will optimize the speed of delivery. This is called good engineering when you're working on all this media processing. Trust me, I'm not unleashing every angle of this file service thing. There are many things that we can put into this file service. For example, we can put in domain filtering or domain whitelist, so that if you're offering premium content, only a certain domain, if the request is coming from a certain domain, then it will pass. But if it doesn't come from such domain, any person from the internet cannot just view your content, except for protected content, they will not be able to view it. But for public content, they'll be able to view it. So we can put stuffs like that. We can even put authentication, making sure that whomever is requesting for this is already authorized on the website that is accessing it from. So there's so many things that can be done here, so many things. So without further ado, let's get the background tags, working in the next part of this video. Okay. So you come to this backend folder. Inside the services, create a new file. Call it background.service.ts. Here we're going to create a class. We'll name it background service. Okay, so inside this class, we're going to have one property. We're going to call that cache directory. And once we have that, we need to also create a constructor to initialize, that variable. I want to say this cache directory, I want to assign it path. We're getting this path from the node package. You understand, the Node.js, default packages. All right, and we want to call on resolve. Now, we can just copy some of these codes we've written before. Okay, so like this is a perfect example. So let's copy this line of code. So this gets you the cache directory, and you want to log out something saying log background jobs mounted. Okay, so I want to create a to-do here, which I'll still work on, and that will be run daily job. Okay, so now this is in a nutshell what we want. Then at this point, we also need to make sure we're exporting default this background service. Now, if I run this, if I come here to this, and after I mount this and I log out, no, actually, say new background service. If I initialize this here, so this is failing. I need to direct this properly. So I will say / instead. Okay, you can see that the background job is mounted and it's running on along with this process. So let's come here. Inside of this class, we're going to create a job. That job is actually a method. Okay, so the job is going to be called public delete old files. Delete old files. Okay, so in deleting old files, we want this to be returning void. That's the kind of type should return, and we want to say first thing first. We want to say starting delete old files job at this particular time, because each day it will run this process once in a day, okay? And yeah, so want to say in deleting these old jobs, this method, and you want to say fs, we're using file system, say fs. So let's import fs here, fs. So we say file system, I want to read directory, okay? So in reading this directory, I want to read this particular directory called cache directory, and if there is any error, and all the folders. Now inside this folder, I want to check if there is any error first. Then it should log out an error saying error reading cache directory, okay? And then I could put the error here and simply just return, okay? So but if there is no error, is equal to, you say path dot join. We want to join the cache directory, this dot cache directory, with this folder, okay? And now I'm going to do I'm going to say inside of here, so I'm going to do another another of this operation inside here, because now we're looking inside each one of those folders, but inside each one of those folders we have different files. So I want to look through the files, within. I want to replace it with this folder path for each one of those folder paths, and this will be error and this will be files. So this will be files, and if there is any error, say error reading folder, okay? So you do that, and then you go a step deeper. Now for each one of those files, so we're going to run another for loop for each one of those files. Say files dot for each, and you say file, each file. This is what we want to do. First, we want to get the file created at, when was this file created? So you say, when was this file created? So created at is a number, so is equal to number. Now, one thing I need to let you know is that this is a base level, caching control that we're putting in here. If I want to do some really, advanced stuff, I'm going to have a database monitoring all these things, and even have a database monitoring for how many times a file is read, and only keep files that have a certain level of frequently accessibility. So that means the more people request for a certain file, those files will remain in the cache, but the ones that are requested less will be removed from the cache. So I'm going to have a more robust caching mechanism such as that, but this is just for learning purposes, okay? So I'll say file dot split. You know that each one of those files, if you come here, if you come to this cache, you say, for example, image, it has this naming structure. The first part is the what's it called? The first part is the name, is the timestamp which this file was created and cached. Okay, so we're doing we're doing it based on that, okay? So, and now, so I'll say this file, this single file, which indicates something like this, we want to split the name wherever we find this double, this double underscore, okay? And I'm just going to get the first part of this, it will return me this number. So I want to then convert that entire thing into a number format, okay? And we want to also do the next line of action here. So the targeted time, I want to say const, say target time. So target time is basically the time that you intend to delete this file. So you want to check if, has it been around for, let's say, up to 7 days, okay? So that is what we're doing here. It's also a number. And you want to say this file created at, should be created at, so file created at the time this file was created at, then merge it with 7 days, like I want to add 7 days to read. Okay, so this changes 7 days into milliseconds, which is what this is based on, a timestamp that is based on a millisecond. Okay, on a seconds, I think seconds or milliseconds basis. So this will give me the time that I intend to delete this file. So we then do, so if this current date, so we say date.now, will give me the timestamp for this particular moment. If it is greater than the target time, then I want this line of code to happen. I want to access the file path, so I'll say file path is equal to this path dot join. Okay, I'm going to join this file path, this file path folder with this file. This is the location where it is with this file. Okay, and I will use this fs library file system and call on this onLink method. This onLink method, I need to pass this file path, and if there is any error, you need to also put that callback function. So say if there is error, this is what should happen. Should just log out an error. Saying error, deleting file, and then you specify the file path. Okay, error deleting this file path, this particular file. Else, it just delete that particular file. Saying we just do something like this. Folder, which you can clearly see here, say folder, whatever folder names. For example, it could be image, it could be video, and then you specify the name of the file, which could be this or any other image or any other video. Say expired and removed from cache. Okay, so this is it. And at the end here, let's break this down a little bit. So break this, we break this, and we break this. So at the end of this particular reading, this procedure, we just want to log out something. Okay, want to say that finished delete old files job at this particular time. Okay, it started at this time, so it's ending at this time. That is what we simply are saying here. So we can save that, opening this back. Okay, so we can save that. Now, if everything is correct, we're going to then use something called this node cron. It's a cron job task, it's a library. I think I briefly explained it to you, but look at it. I think I briefly explained it to you, but look at it here. It's called, where are you? Node cron is a cron job, all right? So it's a library that helps to perform certain tasks repeatedly. You understand? So repeatedly, we're trying to execute a certain task. So you need to put that in its own variable. You get, so this can also be private. You don't need to access it outside. And we then need to execute a cron job here. Say private, call it daily job. You can call this one daily jobs. And in daily jobs, let's say void. If there are many jobs that you want to register here, you can just put them, each one of them in their own method, and then register it in this daily job. And then we attach it here so that at the execution of this will continually be reading. Okay, so let's look at that. So we have, let's say to do that, you need this cron that is coming from, say, import cron from node cron. Say now this cron dot, there is something called schedule, and what we're scheduling is a certain timeline. So this, let me just put this is like a Unix kind of system. It's a little bit difficult to explain, but what this simply means is that at every 12 o'clock in the night, you understand? At every 12 o'clock in the night, that this job, whatever I'm going to put inside of here, should execute. Okay, so we want this function, this callback function, to execute at every 12 o'clock. I need to write that here so that it will be easy for you to detect. All right, so every 12 o'clock, this job right here should run. And what is this job? This job is this dot delete old files. Okay, so now I just need to register this here. Okay, connect this. So this will now be the job that will run. All right, so let us see that in action. You can see there is no file that is deleted, and this is supposed to run every 12 o'clock, yeah. That is it, and it will target, files that are above 7 days. Okay, so let's do some manipulations to verify what we're talking about. Okay, to verify what we're talking about, let's just do some brief stuff here. Okay, so let us try and make this cron job run like every 5 seconds. Okay, and to make sure it runs every 5 seconds, we just need to do this. For example, I'm going to change this momentarily to this. So this will run every 5 seconds, and I've not saved it yet, but if I do save it, you will start seeing that this job, background job, will run every 5 seconds. Now you can see it is running every 5 seconds now, but it's not deleting any files because no file have been created more than a day, so it's not even up to 3 days or 7 days. So I'm going to reduce this time. Let's say not 7 days, not 1 day, not 1 hour ago, but we can keep it at 1 hour. Any file that is less than an hour, let's do that and see. So you see that these files are less than an hour, they are immediately deleted, and you can see the files that were deleted here, that this file, this image was removed from cache, and this video was also removed from cache. So this is like a basic level of caching control, okay, which is quite important to manage your data and to make sure that it frees your server from excessive, file caching. All right, so but there is a higher and more advanced way of doing that. But for the purpose of this tutorial, I think this is just enough for what we want today. Okay, so I'm going to reverse this. I just wanted to show you that the functionality is working, and that's all we need to know. So I'm going to do this and just save it. So that runs like once a day at a specific time, which is 12 o'clock in the night. All right, so we have all these things working out for us, and I think our backend is up and well for us now. So let us jump into the next part of this tutorial. So in the next part of this tutorial, we're going to be navigating to the front end now, since we're done with the back end. These are all the codes that we need to run for the back end. Back end is ready, and it needs integration now with the front end. So I'm going to see in the next part of this video so that we can start diving into that. Right now, to do this, just going to change this. I want to build this project, say yarn build, and I want to start it up, say yarn start, so that I won't have to come back here again. Okay, so here we go, it's running. Now let's jump into the front end angle of this. I'm going to switch this to development mode, yarn dev. Okay, and I'm going to open this on. All right, so here we go. We have all the components and the pages. So we have this here. Now we want to configure a couple of things. So before then, let's go back to. So this is the home page. Everything seems to be working. So the first thing we want to do is the authentication. This login thing is not working. So that's the very first thing we would like to target. So let's resolve that part before we start running other kinds of things in this front end. So let's target that first. Now I have some of this CSS imported, even though I'm not directly using them right now, but I'm going to explain to you a little bit later on as we go. So in order for us to create that Web3 modal that we're talking about and authentication, we're utilizing this package called WAGMI Vim and this Web3 modal and stack. Okay, so those packages, they help us to configure this application properly. So the first thing I want to have you do here is let's create a folder called config inside here. So config, and inside this config, let's create another file, call it index.ts. For this particular config, I want to create a metadata object. So this is a metadata, an object that just have name, VidTv description, streaming video directly from the Sia blockchain, and just some dummy information. That is just all it is, nothing much here. I want to grab some blockchain, some blockchains that I would like to work with as well. So it's a const chain, that you can connect your wallet to. I want mainnet. Mainnet is coming from this WAGMI. I'm going to have to import that correctly. So I'll say import from WAGMI/chains. I want to import mainnet and Sepolia testnet. So those two testnets. So I want this mainnet here and Sepolia testnet to be there as well. So I want to import them as constant. I want these things to be constant. So as const, so that there will be no room for dynamic changes. Okay, so what we want to export here from this file, the most important thing we want to export is called a config object. So say config object, and this config object is going to be coming from this thing called default config, default WAGMI config. And this default WAGMI config, we got to import it correctly from the location where it has to come from. So we say import this from at Web3 WAGMI/react /config. Okay, So we're importing from that location, and we want to import this default wagmi config, and that is what we're using here. Okay, so what constitutes this? The project ID, or the first thing we need to supply the chain, so the kind of blockchain we want to use for authentication, and we want to supply a project ID, which we don't yet have. So we need to create this project ID. How you do that is you're going to have to use environment variable. So you say const project ID is equal to this process dot env dot the best way for you to open this env. So say code frontend dot env. Okay, so this project ID, this is what I'm looking for here. So I want to supply that here, but if it's not present, of course, it should just return an empty string. And so this project ID goes in here. We also want to export this because we might need it some other place. So project ID is here. We also need to include the metadata, contains some valuable information. This is called chains, chains. Okay, so you want to also supply SSRO is true, server-side render is true, and you want to say storage, so call to create storage, and this one is coming from wagmi. You can see that create storage. All right, so you specify that, and you say storage is equal to cookie storage. So whenever you authenticate, whenever you're logged in, the information, where is it stored, is in the cookie storage. That is what this particular configuration entails. So cookie storage still from wagmi. Okay, and then you want to say auth, which is short form for authentication. We want to be able to authenticate by email, so social login is important for us here. And the socials that we want to authenticate want to authenticate with Google for sure, want to authenticate with X, Apple, want to authenticate with GitHub, want to authenticate with Discord, and maybe Facebook as well. All right, so these are the various social platforms that we can authenticate with. So basically, you can sign in into our application using any one of these. This is exactly what I've been looking for. It's very essential for making it easy for people to utilize your application with having to sign up with so many, very demanding process. Okay. Now you also want to say show wallets. All right. So we don't want it to show the wallet addresses by wallet authentication means by default, giving it that feel of, okay, this is almost like a regular login application. Okay, so that's what we're doing. So we want to say wallet features, want it to be true. All right, so these are the things that makes up this configuration. Now, since this configuration is done, we then need to create another folder here. We'll call it context. So this is basically a small context API stuff. So inside this context API, context folder, you want to create index.ts as well. And first thing you want to say, use client, because this will be running on the client side. So you want to inform NextJs being a server-side rendered application, or almost like a full stack kind of thing. So you want to say import. Not now. So let's do something first. let's say if there is no project ID we're importing it from this config. If there is no project ID, we want to throw a new error, and the error that I want to throw is project ID is not defined. Okay, so we have that. So after we've created that, we then need to create Web3 modal. So this create Web3 modal is coming from the WAGMI React. So it's coming from almost the same location as this. So I'm going to import that, So I'm going to say create Web3 modal, and replace that here. So this is basically a function, okay, and it takes in some configuration. The first configuration it takes is the WAGMI configuration. So as a WAGMI configuration is equals to that config that we just finished working on in here in this location. So this, that inside there we're exporting two items, the project ID and this config right here. So we're attaching that config to this WAGMI, and also providing the project ID. Those are the two most important ones. You want to say enable analytic, false. We don't want any analytics. We say enable on ramp. We're not interested in that, so also say false. So those two must go. Now that we've created that Web3 modal, we want to export default function, and the name of this function is going to be called Web3 modal provider. Okay, and let's define it. First is going to have children. It's almost like this is a React component and it will have an initial state. Okay, and this is the actual values. So children will become like React node. Okay, we want to grab that from React. All right, and want to also specify initial state, which is optional here, to be the state. This state is coming from WAGMI, okay? So I'm going to import that from WAGMI, okay? So this is cool. Now, let's define the rest of the items that are here. So for example, I want to say const, and inside this use Web3 modal theme, a Web3 modal theme. This is coming from WAGMI React, so I'm going to import that. So I want to theme this theme properly. In theming it, we want to say set theme variable. Set theme variables. I need to make sure that it's well spelled. And for this set theme variables, you want to make sure that this is a function. So in this set themes variables, and make sure that it's coming correctly, set theme variables. Okay. So inside of this set theme variable, which is an object, we have two colors that we want to modify. So the first color is this W3M ancient. We want to give it this kind of greenish color, okay? And you want to make sure that the color strength is 0. So basically, we're doing some modification to make that Web3 modal look more, much more appealing to our website, to carry our color sequence, because we're using a certain kind of green. So we wanted that green to be represented properly. So that's why we're setting this theme this way. And then at the end, you want to return, this thing called WAGMI provider. Now, WAGMI provider should be coming from WAGMI. So if I grab it from here, WAGME provider. Okay, so WAGME provider is coming from WAGME, and you want to specify the config to be this config that we've imported. Okay, and you want to specify the initial state to be this initial state that we are also adding here in case it is available. So okay, and you want something called query client. Query client, it's also coming from this is where it comes from, this package called Tanstack. Okay, you know, it has its own provision here, so want to import that from Tanstack. Let's type it query client provider. Okay, so we have this one here, say call query client provider, this one. So all right, so query client provider. Now you see the client is equal to, we need to create a query client. So to create it, we can create it above here, a const query client is equal to a new query client. Okay, so this will now become the client here, and this becomes the children. So I really don't know why it's complaining like this, but I'm just going to ignore it because the code is quite correct here. So I'm going to do that, and we can even say cd front end and say and build to see if there is any problem with that code as it is linked in. So I guess I understand why this problem is coming. The names of this file are not TS but TSX TypeScript extension, making them a React, you know, a TypeScript extension, more of a React application than a React file than just a JavaScript file. So I needed to change that. Let me change this, you know. So you see that error is gone because of that simple thing. I didn't know. I just totally forgot. So at this point, we can even run this yarn build again to see if the LinkedIn is passing now. Okay, you can see that the LinkedIn is passing just fine, which is great. It suggests that our configuration is all set and there is no error in this. So with that done, we need to come to this layout, the page layout, because that is where we need to wrap everything together. So in the page layout, you know, just after this body, this is where the entire application lies, and we need this thing called Web3 modal provider, which is what we just did here. It's been imported from this context, and if you check this context, that is what we named our component. That is what we named this component. So we're importing that component here, and let's shift these items inside of it. Okay, so now inside this component, you want to create an initial state, you know, that will manage the, you know, the cookies to keep track of the authentication status. All right, to get that, right here, you want to create something called initial state to be equal to cookie initial state, which will come from WAGME, no, cookie initial state. So coming from WAGME, you want to call this, you want to grab the config from this our config directory, and you also want to grab this headers. You know, headers is coming from NextJs, you know, headers. Okay. You want to call this .get function, call it cookie. You want to get cookie. Okay, so this grabs the cookie, and then you call on this initial state and pass this here. And basically, that is it. You've been able to configure this correctly now. So you save this, and hopefully when we check this, this is the front end. There seems to be nothing wrong here. And if I build this project, we also can confirm from here as well. You just ignore this warning. It's just a little warning. So linting is happening. So linting is all good, and all this has been generated. This is cool. And if we come here, it just seems like nothing have changed. So it's complaining that it's not finding a module. So this is showing up. Let's refresh. Everything is showing up fine. Okay, so this is great. But now we need to then connect this, because this is not yet working, and that is the essential reason why we've been configuring all these various files. So let's have that part, up and running. To get this part up and running, we need to, I'm going to close from all these files. I will come to this component, the layout, the header component. So within the header component, this is the login button here. And there's also another one inside this menu function. So instead of relying on this button that doesn't do anything, I'm going to use this button instead. Okay. So this button will be available because of that context API, that we just added. And I'm also going to do the same here. Here for this button, I'm going to replace it with this as well. So we're saying you should hide balance. There's something like balance as well that shows the wallet's balance, but we don't want that, So this is how it looks right now. This is the button. So if we click on login, you can see that it pops these particular options for us to log in with. And if I say continue with Google, and then we're going to have to wait. So all this green interface, these things, they are because of that specific theming that we requested for. So this is coming up. So login is successful, and it is retrieving the user details here. So you can see that right here, right? So this is cool. This is how we work on this. And if you click it, it literally just generated your own unique, address here. And you can also decide to use other addresses. Say Ethereum, you can use any network you want. It's almost like a wallet kind of thing, connect wallet, but in a very fancy way. And this will be what we use in determining who was the user that created a movie and who wasn't that user, you understand? And all of this will explore more in the next part of this tutorial. So that is all you need to know about authentication as regards to this application. So at this point, we want to start, creating movies, showing them, not the dummy ones, deleting and updating them, using NextJs API endpoints. There is a way of writing API endpoints in NextJs, which is one of the things I'm going to show you. And where we're going to save in all this information will be in that database. You understand? I mean, in a database, not the storage. It's going to be on the database, a flat file, an SQLite database. So that's what I am going to do in this session. So all of these things, if you create them now, it doesn't work. So we need to bring in that functionality. And to do that, I need you to create a new folder here, call it API, and create a new file. Here, call it database.ts. And inside of database.ts, the first thing we want to do is to determine a path which our database is going to leave. And that path is going to be called in the root of this front-end project, and it's going to be called Movies. You need to make sure you import this path from the Node.js libraries. Okay. So after this, we're going to have to create a new database structure. and it uses SQLite tree. Okay, so I'm going to import that, but if it does not suggest, and you can actually manually import it. So here we go, a new SQLite tree database. So and now you want to the first item there is to determine the path which you want to store this. You want this database to be created, and not just that, you want to also invoke the kind of operation is this database is allowed to be worked on. For example, we want read-write operations, and we want this SQLite to also have, if this fails to open this database as read-write operation, then you should open it as a open create. So it should open create it, okay? Because sometimes the database doesn't yet exist, especially in the first time. Then it should create it instead. So that is what this all pipe symbol means. Then we'll now also require a callback function. This callback function, what it simply does is to check if there is an error. It shows the error message. Otherwise, it just says database connected. You understand? So that is what it does. So now that we have this, we then need to create another function. This function, we're going to export it this time, and this function is responsible for helping us to do a get, query, do a read query on the database. That is to retrieve stuff from the database. So you want to say export const API get is equal to a sync with arrow function, and this should be query and queries of a type of any. So now this is an API get, or you can call it database get, database, post. So it's just something about getting and, getting data from the blockchain. You understand? So that's what we're doing here. And you're going to insert the query, an SQL query into it, and we'll then perform whatever we want. So for example, we want to return, a new promise. Now this promise, I'm going to resolve and reject, reject. Okay, and this is a callback function here. What it does is we'll call this DB that we created above here and call on .all method. This all method will pass the query that we want and a callback function. And a callback function, you say error. This is callback function. It contains the error object, which is of type of error, and a row, which is of any. And then inside the callback function, you want to check if there is any error. Then it should simply log the error and return a rejection with the error. So, but if there is no error, then it simply should return a resolve of the row. So this is how you get stuff. You read stuff from the database. What we need to then do with this is to pass a query, and it will return whatever data. It's more like select all from the database, select this, that, and it selects. So it just returns it for you. We also need something similar to this. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this basically. I will call this get API post. Now, this API post, we have one extra parameter, and that extra parameter is going to be called values. And this value is going to be string, an array of string. Now, in this DB, instead of db.all, you're running an operation. So you say db.run, and in this run, you take the query, and not just the query, you also take the values, that are within that query. And after you take that, you also need a callback function, and you just resolve. And for this place, you don't need rows because it's not returning anything, so you just resolve with null. You understand that? So those are the two operations. So, and then lastly, we want to export the default DB. So these things are going to be utilized. I'm going to remove this. I don't need that. Okay. So these things are going to be utilized to create a database for us. All right. And to manage the database, read file and get file from the database. Now we need another file called migrations. Now the migrations file is going to be responsible for running this database the first time, that is initiating this database or initializing the database. Okay, so let's create a new file here, call it migration.ts. And inside of migration, the first thing you want to create is a function, call it const migrate fat arrow function. And you want to call on this database, you want to import it from here, say .serialize. And this serialize will also give you access to another callback function. And you want to say this db.run. You want to run the first operation here. Let's do that again, db.run. Okay, the first operation here. This operation involves you creating a table. You know that you can create a table using SQL. So I'm just going to copy the code here and paste. So this is the command for creating a new table. Okay, so this will create a new table for us. Create table, and then you say if table does not already exist, the name of the table is going to be called movies. And then you say the movies is going to contain ID, which is an integer, and the primary key, and it automatically increments, so you don't need to specify it. The user ID, which is going to be text. Actually, this is going to be the wallet address of the person creating this movie. The name of the movie, the image, the video URL, the slug. The slug is going to be created dynamically from our backend from an endpoint that we're going to soon create. For the endpoint is going to be responsible for creating new movies. So when we're creating new movies, we're going to create that slug as well. The release date, genre, rating, language, duration, background, and created at, which give us information about when this movie was created or was instantiated. So, and other than that, this also takes in a callback function. So you want to say, callback function here. The callback function, this is what it does. It checks if there is an error, then you should just log that error message out. And then otherwise you say movies table schema created successfully. So in essence, this helps us to create a movie schema, right? So, and then you need to execute this function called migrate, and you also want to export migrate in case you want to use it elsewhere, but I don't think this is really necessary. So now let's test this out to verify. I've written within my package.json, I have this package called esrun. Now in esrun, I have to, let me come here example. So I have to say esrun. ESRun helps me to execute a TypeScript code from the terminal. You understand? So say esrun, and then you specify the direction, the place where this particular thing is. You can see that I've already done that. You need to make sure that you're executing it either with yarn or npx. Okay, so for general purpose, I've put it as npx. Then you see app, you have to specify the directory. You can see app here. You can see /API/migrations.ts. But this file is not correct, so I'm going to rename this to migrations. Otherwise, we're going to get an error. And if I copy this line and execute it on the terminal, it's the same thing as me running this, yarn migrate. You understand that? So I just put it there so that I won't have to be writing this lengthy stuff over and over. When I click on yarn migrate, and you can see it created a database for me connected to the movies database. Movies schema created successfully. And let's see where this file is. You can see this here. This is the database right here. Okay. Now, one thing that I like doing is to open this in this SQL browser. Okay. So we need to locate where this file is. So say open reveal in Finder. So this is where it is in Finder. I'm going to send it to this app. Okay. So now you can see that those schema have been, this is the structure. So you can see ID, all those information that we use in creating the schema have been successfully, specified here, which is great. Now that the database and the migrations are working, it's now time for us to create the rest of the API endpoint. So for example, we need to create a new folder here, call it movies. And inside of this movies, let's create a database for, let's create an endpoint for creating new movies. So we need to create another folder here. No. Call it create. So inside of create, we need to create a file, call it route. You need to specify route.ts as in TypeScript. So now you need to say export. This is how you create endpoints in NextJs. So it's the same thing as using that, Backend Express. But why I decided not to go do that, you can literally upload the whole backend thing and the front end thing using just this method. But one of the experience that I get is that this front end of NextJS is not heavily designed for back end operations. Okay, and you will need to do a lot of back end operations, and it's not the most reliable framework for back end operation. The most reliable back end operation, you can use Express Node.js itself, but it gets the job done for lightweight matters. But if the matter is not a lightweight matter, it's a heavy duty backend operation, then you have to use a specific backend language that can handle such acts. So you need to export an asynchronous function, and we'll call this function, the name of the function is going to be called post, because we're doing a post request, and we're going to need request, which is of a type of request. I'm also going to need response, which is of a type of response. Okay, so now inside of here, we need to get the content first. The content is whatever we're sending in here, because you want to send a bunch of data, right? So the bulk of data is going to be, put inside here. So we'll say await request.json. So we're converting this request to a JSON format, and we're saving it in this thing called content. And then we are also having some required properties. These are properties that we need in this content. So we say required properties is going to be all this information I put here, which are all in array. Those information, basically what it takes to create a movie. So those things are going to be required. Now I'm going to write a function, a simple function that finds. This function loops through these required properties and find anyone that is not, that doesn't have a value, or if it's not here. So if we cannot find any one of these properties, if one of these properties is missing in this content, so that means if, let's say, you are sending this request and you did not include image, then it's going to what, flag out and give a warning that there is something missing. So, and that is one of the reasons why you have to log out the information by saying missing property. Okay, so yeah, so if there is any problem, it's going to be listed here as missing property. And you want to then perform an if statement. So if there is a missing property, so missing property is going to return true or false if there is a missing property. If it finds it, so if there is a missing property, then it should simply just say return a response. Now, say response dot JSON. So you want to return a JSON response, and the JSON response is going to include an object telling us, that telling us information about any missing property here. So we say error missing required property of that property that was missing. You understand? So if it is video, release, whatever it is going to be flagged here, and you can see it from the API response that this particular property is not included. All right, so that's the use for that. And then you also want to return a status code and a header that specify the content type that you are trying to return. So we're returning a status code of 400, and which is bad request basically, and you're returning this as a content type of application/JSON. So that is if this thing fails, okay, if there is a missing property. But if there is no missing property, we want to destructure this content right here and extract all these properties, the values of all these properties here. So we want to say this, that is what this means here. So we're grabbing all these properties within this content variable here or object. Now we want to create a random string because we want to construct a slug. You can notice here that there is no slug here because this slug has to be generated. So to do so, I want to say const random string is equal to crypto. I'm going to import this crypto. After import it separately, it comes with NextJs. So with Node.js. So say import crypto from crypto. So have that import, and you can then do this crypto dot random bytes. You want it to be 3. Convert that to string in hexadecimal standard hex, and you change it to lowercase. Okay, so this is a random string. When you get this random string, we want to create this slug now. To create this slug, we'll append the name of this particular, the name of the movie, okay? And you want to replace any sign, any symbols of numbers and things that, doesn't quite improve the health of a slug. You understand? That slug has to be, URL friendly. So we're making it URL friendly by removing numbers from it and replacing all these numbers with, empty string, and replacing, anything, any slash and all that with a dash, and want to split this in anywhere we have dash, and we want to join it with dash as well, and join it with this random string, and downcase all of it into a lower string, a lowercase. It may be confusing, but this works just fine. You understand that? So there's a lot of operation under the hood there. So, but this, okay, we make this slug really URL friendly, and that's the goal for this particular, tutorial for what we're doing here. So now you want to say const a query. Now this query, this is where we write the query, okay? The query that we're going to pass into the database. So this query is going to be an insert query. So you say insert into that movies table we created. And what are you trying to insert? Want to insert the following. Sorry. So want to insert user ID, name, image, video URL, slug, and all of this. Okay. And we want the values to be, whenever I say value, you want to put a question mark there because it's going to be inserted later. But this question mark should be exactly the same number as this information here. Otherwise, you get some SQL error. So, make sure that everything is aligning. And now, the values are basically something like this. I'm going to copy this. Call it, say, const values. Okay, so these are the values, except that, you see this video URL after here, we also need a slug here. Remember that we just created a slug, so we're adding that there. And these are all the items that we need under the hood. Okay, so these are the values that we replace this question mark when we run this inside that our API post endpoint, our API post, which is this particular function. Okay, when we invoke it, let's create some variable. One is going to be status and the other is going to be body. So then we'll call on this await, wait for this API post, okay, to be executed. And we want to pass two things, the query above here, and we also want to pass the value. The queries and the values, those are the two things we want to pass. After passing the queries and the values, it should return. We'll then wait for the promise. So we say then, if it is successful, the status, we want to give it status code of 201, which means created, and then the body to be a message, an object. Just simply say video, movies, successfully created movie. You get this. But if there is any issue, which is what we want to catch, it's going to be an error. And we want to say that we want to give this something totally different now. So the error code is going to be 400, which means something went wrong. And you want to say, give the error, status code this error. So this operation, once it is done now, we then need to return, as usual, we need to return a response to the endpoint. So return a response, and the response you're returning is, remember, this body that we assigned here. So we're going to return the body. It's an object, and on the status code is going to be whatever we put here in this status, whether 201 or 400. So I'm going to just remove this, and the headers remains the same. So this is what is going to be returned at the end. So this steps ensures that you can create a movie. All right, so the next thing you want to do is to try it out, check it out, and see if everything is working. So let's create a new request. Is going to go to, Let's copy this. It's going to go to a new request. Let's create a new request, and it's going to go to 3000, which is our front end. Say /API /movies, /create. Okay, this is where it's going, and this is going to be a post request. We then need to specify, copy all of these, paste it here. So this is all it takes. We don't need this definitely. And let's say we remove this, release it. Okay, so now let's run this and see. Try to run that. You can see that missing property. We have missing property release. It's not there. So when I save that and run that code again, say rating is not there. So this thing called PG is supposed to be rating. And let's run this again. See, movie is created successfully. Now, if we come to browse data, you can see that we have one movie that has been created here. You understand? So this is basically how it works, and you can see the slug that was created. The slug had this 3 bytes is basically 6 of those characters. You understand? So this is the slug, and these are all the information that it carries. Okay, so we've been able to ensure that we are creating movies now. All right, so in the next part of this video, I'm going to start showing you how to edit movies, read movies, delete movies, or write all those things even much faster. See you in the next part. So at this point, let's create another folder. Let's copy this folder. I want to create the ability to update movies. Okay, so I'm going to paste it here. It's going to be almost similar to being able to create a movie. So I'm going to call this update. Now, what does this need? Everything stays the same except this query. This query is going to be a little bit different. Okay, so that's what we're manipulating here. So I'm going to just write a query for you, so let's replace this query with this. So what we're simply doing, let me explain it for you. We're saying that you should update movies and set the ID to be this. We don't even want this because, it's not, we don't want to change the owner of the movie, so we want that to be off the hook, and we can also remove this as well. So I want to set the name, okay, yeah, I think we can make that happen, and we can say, instead of doing this, we can say something like this, where slug is that, and user ID is this. So we can then do user ID at the bottom right here. So as the values. So we're updating movies. We're setting all these parameters. Question mark is it will be replaced with these values that we place in here. Okay. So at this point, this query will then be sent in here. All right. And this time the status code should be 200, should be 200, and you want to make sure that these information are well aligned. For example, slug cannot be here. Slug has to be, you see, slug is the second to the last one here, so you need to make sure that slug is right here. Otherwise, the stuff is going to complain, it's going to have an issue. You understand? So make sure that name is the first one, image, like that, they correspond, okay? That's what you need to make sure that you are doing. Okay, so at this point, we say movie updated, successfully updated. So you can save that. I'm going to come back here to this endpoint. hope you are using any endpoint that is available to you. I just duplicated this endpoint now, and I'm going to call this update. And in updating, I want the ratings of this movie. Maybe I want to change, what can I change about this movie right now? Let's say I change this to PG 13 or PG 18. Let's keep it like this. So now I'm going to run this and let's see that movie updated successfully. So if we come to the database, before now the rating was R, right? So let's look at that again. Okay, so the rating now is, now there is a little bit of a confusion here. This should not be creating a new one, but it seems to be creating a new value. So let's look at it and see what is going on. Okay, I know what is going on here. I made a mistake. You see, this particular route is supposed to be this, and this was supposed to be this. So I kind of swapped their place, and that wasn't good. So I'm going to take create to update, and I'm going to take this update to create. Okay, so close this place. And open it. Make sure that you re-import that properly. Okay, so save that. So let's try it again. I'm going to delete this here because I don't need this one. Okay, let's leave it. We're going to create it later. So, but these two can be conflicting, being that they are the same, they're actually the same. Okay, they are not the same slug, so they're not going to conflict after all. So let's change this again. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go back. So first of all, this may fail. It may fail in the sense that this time we are not supposed to recreate we're not supposed to, for this update, we're not supposed to regenerate a slug. A slug is supposed to come from the content here. So please pay attention to that. That was my mistake earlier on. So we need to make sure that we're grabbing slug. Slug is the second important value there. So for me to update that, I need to make sure that I'm getting the right slug. Copy that. Come to this request. So after this place, you want to say slug to be this. So this is a slug. But let's say we don't have slug. Let's see that. And you come here, we can close this. You check on this missing parameters. You want to make sure that you include slug as well in this missing parameter. Otherwise, you're going to be having a big error. So let's come back here. Now let's run this again. You can see missing parameter is slug, so we need to include that now. And let's update this. Say movie updated successfully. So before now, you see that this rating was actually arrow, which is the initial one we wanted to update. But let's just refresh that. You can see that they are both PG, 18. And if I should take that back again, arrow, send that. Let's end that. Let's start that again. Let's run this. So, but let's close this and see if that improves it. Okay, you can see that it's updated now. So that's one of the things I say. This SQL format, which is the file format, is not the most robust form of it when you're dealing with really powerful database. So, but this is for learning purposes, and I didn't want to add too many more dependencies to this project so that it will not be too cumbersome. So that's why I have to rely on a little bit of SQLite. Okay, so now we have the ability to create and update endpoints. What else is there? We need 2 more endpoints or 3. Let's deal with the ability to delete endpoints. So the ability to delete endpoint, we're going to create another endpoint here. I think we can just duplicate this one and modify it to our taste. Paste here, change this endpoint to delete. Okay, inside this endpoint here. So inside this endpoint, and one more thing before I even finish up here is that we would not need this import statement anymore. So you should be aware of that. So let's come to this delete endpoint here. I'm going to remove this. Okay. So the required parameters for this is just very simple. It's going to be just 2, these 2 here. We need the user ID and the slug to be able to to delete, a certain movie. You understand? So you need the movie ID and the slug. We're not using the ID of the movies. We're just using slug to identify each movie. And all this remains the same, but the only value we want to take from this content should be this 2. So we're doing this, and we can also remove all this. Now I want to say this. I want to rewrite this query. The query is going to be a lot more simpler than this. So I want to say that the query is saying that delete from movies where slug is equal to that and user ID. This is not really necessary, but we're doing this so that, just improving a little bit of security. Other than that, it's nothing much. So the app is not super secure, this endpoint stem, but you can make it secure. Okay, we're just giving you an idea of how to utilize the Sia network. Okay, so but this is pretty much very good. All you just need is an authentication backend. In all this JWT, if I bring all that in, it's going to be a lot more complex. So I'm just trying to keep things simple for everybody here. Okay, so this is the query that we're going to execute here, and it's going to take the slug and the user ID, and this should be enough to delete a specific movie. What we can do in this case is open this back. So what we're looking for is this. Want to delete this particular movie. All right, so let's test it out to see if everything is working, because we have duplicates there, so we need to delete one of it. So I'm going to change this, duplicate this here, post, call this delete, and I'm going to remove just about all of this and keep this here. So let us save that and run this. Okay, the message was not correct either. So I need to do that. But if we come here back, you can see that movie has been deleted. So, which is cool. That's all we need to the evidence. So here we can just change movie deleted successfully. Okay, so that's all we need there. So 2 more endpoints to go. The endpoint we want to create next is called all. You understand? I want to get all want to get all of the posts. So if you want to read every post, you want to read every movie, I mean, we need that as well. So let's create a new folder, call it all. And inside of this all, create a new file, call it route as well, .ts. And it's going to be something, in all this line, but I'm just going to paste this here. We'll call this get. And for now, let's modify this to suit into what we need. For here, I'm going to comment it out, and I'll comment all the way to here out as well. Then I'll remove all of this. Okay, so we don't also need this as well because we're going to need something different. All right, so let's work on it. The first thing you want to do is we don't even just want to get content. We want to get URL, and the URL is going to be want to create a new URL pattern. So this request here dot URL. Okay, so we want to grab that URL, and there are some things that we use to grab movies. Okay, one of it is page size. So how many movies you want to grab from the database? You can specify all of them, or you can say I want 5 only, I want 3 only. So that's the essence of this one. Say page size, page size param is equal to this URL dot search params, and then you do dot get. You get which one? This page size. Okay, so we also want to do the same thing for user ID. So say user ID. So I want to grab those two things. You can grab all the movies that belongs to a specific user along with page size, or you just want to grab only page size, So all of those customizations are available to us. So after this, you want to write an if condition here. So this is the condition. So page size now is going to be, do we have page size? Did we specify page size? If we did, we want to convert that page size to integer, the number of the page size, because it's going to be like in a string format. Okay, so you want to convert it to an integer. Otherwise you pass null. You understand? So you can say pass int, or you can just say okay, convert it to number. If you're converting it to number, then you can just remove this here, and this will just work just fine as well. So, but let's just use this pass int format. And for the user ID as well, you want to do something similar. I want to say user ID is equal to this user ID param. If we do have that, then it should just return it. Otherwise, it should return null. So this will get us the two important variables that we need. And at that point, we want a query. Okay, we want to create a query. And let me remove this. I'm going to remove this. We don't need that. This query is constant, but we need to rewrite it to this. So I want to say select everything from movies. Now, I'm going to modify this using this information of page size and values. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is, do we have, if it is not null, so if this user ID is not null, if it's not null, I want to add a query here called, I want to add a query here. I want to append this part called where, so I'm being more specific now. I want to append it, say where user ID is this particular user ID. Okay, I also want to do the same similar something here. I want to say if we have page size, if page size is not null, okay, then we want to add a limit to it here. So I want to say append, I want to say this query dot append limit to that particular page size. So both these can be combined in one request. So it just depends if you return the request or you don't return the request. So it's all up to you. So after this step, we basically we will not need value-based system, but we can create the status code, and let's run this, unpack this. We can say API get, okay, all right, and it doesn't require value. Okay, so this is okay, and this is going to return a response, of course. A response. So when it returns a response, what you're passing as the body is that response is going to be an object. So that's the difference between the both of them. So yeah, and then finally you want to return this response here. So this is cool, straightforward and simple. So let's test it out and see if everything is working. But before we do, let's come back here and let's create a little bit more posts. So I'm going to create a new movie. So let me get Forrest Gump. So I'm going to add this. So make sure that this is called written, and we don't need to have slug here. Okay, so I'm going to create that movie created again. And okay, for now, let's work with those two. We have an endpoint already here, so I'm going to utilize that. Okay, so I'm going to utilize that. This endpoint is going to be a get endpoint, and I want to access the movies, all of the movies, and we don't need this. Okay, so we don't need all that. Just a simple query, say all, and you can see that these are all the movies that are in this platform. What if I want to grab only movies created by this guy? Let's create one more movie, call it Godfather, and I want to give that movie to this wallet address. So I'm going to come back here and make sure that this is the same here, and click on, we don't need this slug, click on create. So when we read this, we have 3 movies, 1, 2, 3. So what if I want to grab movies that are belonging to this guy? So I would say user ID is equal to this. So let's do that, and you can see that it's only returning me the movies that belong to this user. And what if I want these are all the movies. I want to grab movies based on page size. Okay, I want only 2 movies instead of 3 in total. So when I run that, it's return me 2. So what about 1? Okay, so what about 3? It returns me 3. What about if I say 4, 5, or whatever? It's going to return me all of them. So these are the various operations of this movies endpoint. Now that we've confirmed that the movies endpoint is working, one more endpoint that we need to write is the single URL endpoint, single movie endpoint. So if you want to get the details of a particular movie, then this is where it is. So we need to duplicate this quickly and paste here. I'm going to call it slug. Now the reason why I named it this format is because this slug is going to be dynamic, so it's going to be changing. So you use square bracket to specify that so that we can get a dynamic slug. Okay, so because it's not going to just be slugs or the way we have slash all, it can be slash this dash that, can be slash that, you understand? So that's why we're writing it that way. So we're going to come here and modify this function a little bit. the first thing you want to do is right here, you want to add a third parameter. We're going to call that params. Okay, and specify the type of these params to be any. You understand that? So this is the third parameter here. We're making it second. Okay, and then you come here and then you say, instead of doing all this here, you want to come here and say slug is equal to this params, all right, dot slug. This is what we want to grab, and then we don't need this here. We want an if statement. So if there is no slug, just like we've been doing with all these other ones, so we need that if statement here. Copy this line, come here. So if we don't have slug, okay, you should say that slug is required. So this should be the error message here. Slug is required. Okay, and yeah. But if there is slug, then we need to revise the query. So I want to say, instead of all this, I want to say let the query, select from movies where the slug is equal to this period. All right, and then just grab the query. Just grab this the specific movie, and that is just all of it. That is just all you need to do here. So let's test it out and see if everything is working here. So I'm going to come back to this Thunder client, and this is 4 minutes ago. I can duplicate this. I'll call this movies slash. Let's look at movies slash all. For movies slash all, you can see this specific slug. So let's grab this specific slug. This is for Gladiator. So I'm gonna grab that. Okay, so we want to say slash. We can't just say slash slug. We have to say slash something like this, a real slug. You understand? And then you click get. So this is taking longer. It's compiling, not found. So saying not found. So let's find out what is going on here. I think it has to do with, let's come to this NextJs configuration. We have a configuration for pages, but there's also a configuration for API directory. So let's see if that was missing. That was a missing issue. So we're directing, requests that are going to this this part to be well attributed. This is basically the same thing, so there's no much of a difference here. So let's try that and see if that changes anything. Yep, it does change. It does definitely change something. So this is rewriting the part, and that is going to this slash API slash this part. We're just repointing that destination to that same place. Otherwise, the NextJs start becoming confused and think that that particular page does not exist. So that's why we're specifying this we're rewriting this part, and we're very clear what we want, and that kind of solved the problem. And now this particular, I don't think this is very important, so I'm going to remove that, call that again. You can see it's returning that Gladiator movie. What about for another one? Let's say the Forrest Gump. If we say this one, return that says bringing out. What if this thing is wrong? It doesn't return anything, so it has to be correct. So this is you getting a specific, movie now detail. We're just about done with all. We're done with all our API endpoints that we needed to write to manage the creation, the delete and update of movies in our platform. So in the next part of this video, we will start integrating it into our front end. Okay, so let us start integration. All right, so let's integrate some things in here. So we'll go to this app. This page currently, if you come to this page, the home page, currently these things are being read from they are being read from the dummy files that we use there. So this poster, no, not this one. This poster here. So this is a dummy file that is being read from. So we don't want it being read from that place. So if we come back to the home page, you find out that these stuffs here, they are dummy. They are just coming from the flat file, okay, the JSON. So now we need to grab it from the database we created earlier, which is this DB here. So that's the goal now, and we can grab it using, using the endpoint we had created already. So to do that, I want to make everything clean and put them in a folder called service. Say services. This one is for the front end, and inside of the services, want to call this API service. Sorry. API.service.ts. API.service.ts. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is to fetch all movies. So we're going to use the fetch API. So let's get that started. So say fetch, this is just a function in case. So fetch movie, this function is called fetch movie. And in fetching movie, we need the endpoint URL. So the URL is going to be this slash APIs, slash API slash movies slash all. Since we are making this call from this domain, it will understand that the prefix, the prefix is actually, whatever the domain name is. In this case is localhost colon 3000. You understand that? So, and we then just make that request. Say const request response is going to be await colon fetch, the fetch library, and we pass in the URL, and we expect to see catch to be no store. We don't want to store the results so that we can always get fresh update from the backend. And you want to say const this movies data that we're getting from the backend. We want them to have this poster interface. Now, an array of this poster interface, if we come here, this is just how a poster interface is. So a movie it's basically a movie. It has an ID, user ID, which is a string, name, image. This image could both be static, and why we made it static before is because we're using NextJs to define how the data is we're using NextJS image. Basically, if I should show you that, let's come back here. If we come back to this poster, you can see, okay, it's not this place in particular. Okay, but just understand that it could either be an image that I imported here and appended here, which I used to do before, or it's just a string. Okay, in this case is a string, which is fine with us. That is exactly what we want. So I'll go back here. So this post interface, it could either be is a string, in this case video URL, slug, and all the things that we need are part of it. So I'm just defining it to be so, okay, and then I'm saying await this response.json. This will give me, convert that into this format. Okay, and simply return this movies data. Okay, so at this point, it's kind of will work. Okay, it will work, but we need to tweak this a little bit more. I think we'll tweak it a little bit more later on. So, but for now, let's just say export. These are one of the things we're exporting. So when we come to here, instead of getting posters directly, we can say await fetch movies. Make sure you grab it from that services. And yep, basically that is just all you need to do. Let's save that and see. So let's refresh this page. You can see this loading stuff, and you can see Gladiator and all of this. The funny thing is that these images are old now, so the links has been shut down. All right, so but we can modify them when we're editing. Okay, so when we're editing these images, then we'll refresh, we'll make sure that they are appropriately represented. Okay, so now that we have that going, we can remove this here. Okay, and there's one more thing. So we've been able to create this. What about showing that movie? We want to see that specific movie. Okay, so we need to create another, this is for this page. If you come to pages, you can see movies, and this one called slug here. Okay, so this slug one, we want to grab this movie not from the poster here, but we want to grab it from the database itself. So we have to create another endpoint here. This can easily be duplicated, sorry. We can call this fetch movie, and in fetching movie, you need to specify the slug, because you need to pass the slug. Slug is definitely a string. Okay, and you want to say slash. You want to just simply say slash slug. So slug. Okay, so we're grabbing that and want to return, but this is definitely returning an array. So we want to just grab the first element of that array. That's just all we need. No, not here specifically. Talking about here. Want to grab that first element of that array. So let's make this exportable as well. Then when we come to that slug page, this slug page literally is when I click on one of these, this is supposed to be forest. This thing is compiling under the hood, so that's why it's taking some time. So copy that link and just visit it straight from here. So this is a specific movie, and all of these are just dummy data. So let's rework it. Okay, so right now, instead of getting this movie this way, I'm gonna grab it, say await fetch movie. Where are you? Fetch movie singular. Now in fetching this movie, I need to pass in this slug here. You see, I'm grabbing that slug from the parameter. The parameter right here is this. So I'm grabbing this slug from here, I'm passing it in here. And when I do that, it's complaining that this could be an array of, string. It does not understand. So I need to be very specific. I say as string here. Okay, so let us save that and refresh this place. You can see that what is grabbed here is coming directly from the back end from the database, which is really cool. Okay, without too much code, these things are just readily available here, which is cool. And now these are dummy data still. We need to get this from the back end as well. For us to get only 3, you can see that I'm specifically saying that I want only 3 movies to be by that side. I have to modify this API service a little bit more so that it can serve that purpose which I need. First of all, I want to be able to enter optional parameter, 2 optional parameters, and their default value is null, okay, because you could decide not to enter them. So page size and user ID. And I'm saying the first one, if we don't have, if we do have, if page size is not null, we want this URL to be appended with this, I want to append it with question mark, page size is equal to this, all right? And secondly, if user ID, if user ID is not null, and if it's not null, what I want to do is I want to bring in this as well. So if the user ID, if we have a user ID, so we want to select specifically by a person's user ID, then we want to check if it includes this question mark. If it includes this question mark, that means we already have something called page size. Then we can just append this and ampersand and the user ID. Otherwise, if it does not include this and question mark symbol, then we want to create that only by appending it there. So that's the 2 things we're doing to enhance, we're adding that enhancement. So with this now, I could come here, instead of calling out this poster, I could say await fetch movies. Okay, I'm saying fetch movies, and I'm going to pass the page size to be 3. So the first thing here will be 3. So I want to grab the first 3 elements, and I don't need this anymore. So I'm going to save that and refresh. You can see, but the images are also still broken, but this is the cool stuff here. And lastly, this account, there is also a page called an account page, okay, which we're using to read, specific users, users, like this is your wallet address, so we want to read all your movies that are connected to you. So we can come here, this thing called account, open that page, and here as well we just grab those ones that concerns you. So let's say await fetch movies. Okay, in this fetch movies, we want to pass the page size. We're not really bothered about that. So we say no, we want all your movies to be returned, and we also want the user ID to be based on your account. And how do we know which one is your account? So this WAGMI came with a certain hook called use account. Okay, so I'm gonna say use account from WAGMI. All right, and then in this use account right here, I want to get the address. I want to get this is connecting, and want to also get is disconnected. So I want to get all these hooks, and for this I'm going to pass in the address here. So this will grab me a movie that is just specific to this address, and if this address ever change, I want this to be rendered, and if it is connecting, it also should be re-rendered as well. So those are some things. I can then remove this one here, save it. Okay, so and let's come here, refresh that. Okay, So this is cool. This is cool, but this particular user doesn't have any movies, so that is cool. So in the next part of this video, I want to start performing the ability to create new movies and update existing movies. So, and also delete. I'll show you that in the next part of this video. Go further, there is something I wanted to let you know. When I refresh this, you see this loader, this UI loader, that is what we call it, but I think it's actually called skeleton loader. So this skeleton loader, I didn't talk about it much, but it is part of the components that we design. I actually, took my time to package that component properly. It's called, I called it poster UI, but it contains this thing called skeleton, and it comes from this library called React-loading-skeleton. Now you can use this library to construct some dummy data, like you can see with displays. Why? Look at this loading status. Why this is yet to load? I mean, why it is loaded? If it is loaded, it's showing the real poster. Otherwise, it will show the fake poster with about 3, loading UI to just give a bit of more interactivity and give the user a sense that data is being loaded. You understand that? So this thing that I just finished talking about is used in a lot of places across this application, and one of the things that I will encourage you to do is to study the UI. But just know that all of these things are just basic React things that has to do with the UI design. What I'm teaching you right here, this is where the main work is, okay, is to connect the various components together. UI is just for the development, but the real, incorporation of various components together, backend service and all that, that is where the real work is, okay? So that is one thing you must know. There's also another one that you should take note of, which is, don't worry, I'll talk about that while we work on this thing more. So now let us come to this create page, a page that is responsible for creating new posts. Okay, so this is the page right here. These are all the inputs for support. Just know that we don't have any JavaScript thing going on here. All we just have is this button, this function that is supposed to submit the post, okay? So before we proceed with that, there is this component here we come to create. So for example, if I come here to image, I want to create a new post. Let's say this gladiator movie here, and I'm supposed to upload this, but you can see this is responsible. This particular notification is because I have React Toastify there, and I want you to also be aware of it. So React Toastify is located, if you come to the main app layout, you find that I have this React Toast container, and it kind of gives a general component where all my toast notifications are going to be reflecting at the bottom. See where I structure it. If you've watched multiple of my tutorials, you'll find out that I always have this React Toastify at the bottom there, so that it will be used to serve as a notification component, okay? So that is what is responsible for it. Then it can be triggered by, writing a function about it. So for example, you can see that you can see how whenever I upload, I click that upload button, it kind of goes about to just show that it has been uploaded. By the way, this is not really uploaded though, okay, because the API service that is responsible for uploading it is not yet active, okay? So That's one thing you must know. So that's how we need to create that upload function first. To create it, we need to come to this app, this API service, and let's create another function. Call it const upload file is equal to async. Okay, so now this is the file. We want some parameters. This is the file that I'm intending to upload. Is of a type of file, and I want to also get progress report. Okay, I want to have access to the progress report, so I'm going to also pass in a function here. And now we're going to be using Axios for this particular upload. We're not going to be using Fetch API. But if you feel like changing all of these things to use Axios so that you just have a unified, structure, that is up to you. All right. So I'll need to import this from Axios. So I'll say import this from Axios. So I have that from Axios. So this is one input. I'm also going to be imputing a function here that will be used for some, for parents, for communicating. Okay, this should give both feedbacks. You understand? We want both feedbacks because this component will return some information back to the parent component so that we can use that to activate another thing that we need. Okay, so those are the two parameters that are needed. Another parameter that is needed is a URL. This URL, we're going to get it from the process dot environment dot there is okay, so this particular endpoint, okay, this is the file service endpoint, so we needed that. So this is, so environment, we want that also, and want to append it with this /upload. You get that? So this is the URL for uploading our content. Okay, so I'm going to come here now. I'll create a form data. So I'll say const form data is equal to new form data object. Okay, and this form data, I'm going to append this thing called file with this file here. Okay, and once I do that, I need to then create, a config, an Axios config. So I'm going to say Axios config request config. Okay, and it's going to be a form data type. Okay, so the method for uploading this video is going to be this file is going to be post. Okay, you need to make sure that that's in a string. I need to pass the URL for upload. You need a headers, and you pass in this called content type. Let it be multi-part, multi-part / form data, multi-part dot / form data. That is a type of header that you should use, and the data itself should be this form data that you're sending. And lastly, on upload progress, so as it is uploading the progress, you want to actually make this a function. So you say on progress, this particular one here, you want to pass it into this function here. So that is what is happening. So after you've created this configuration object, then you need to execute the request, but we need to wrap it around a try catch, and if there is any error, we just want to return a promise dot reject by saying reject with this error. But if everything goes well, you want to say const response is equal to await axios. Need to import axios dot request. Okay, then you pass that config into that request. And once this returns, you want to return the promise of that same promise dot resolve, and you're resolving with this response dot data. Okay, so this is what it takes to upload to this backend endpoint that is already running. Okay, and the backend endpoint, in case you don't know, this is the backend endpoint that is running. Okay, that is at port 9000. That is the endpoint we're talking about here. You want to include this here so that you can interact with it. Then, before you create, there's this component called uploader here. This component is responsible for helping us upload. It is the component that is literally responsible for communicating with this API. So this component, let's find it here. So it's in this shared and it's called uploader. So this uploader component is responsible for talking to this endpoint, upload it, and return the URL of it to this create component. So that is what is going on here. So all these are just functions for handling, drag and drop, you understand, and selection of, this. For example, if I click this, it opens the file explorer. But if I can also drag something and drop it here. So those are the two functionalities that this thing is handling here. So in here, this is where whenever we want to upload something, we want to activate toast notification, so that the toast notification will inform us that, okay, an upload process is happening right now. You understand that? So we're wrapping that operation. So what we want to do, we want to wrap this operation around that upload function, this upload function. And once it is complete, we want to give the appropriate messaging. So for now, I'm going to cut this. Then I will say await instead this upload file that I'm grabbing. I want to grab it from this service. Okay, upload file. And then what are we passing here? If you look here, we have this component called uploader. It has these files. This is where any files that will drag and drop, this is where it lives. It lives in an array of files, but the only one that we need is the very first member of this files array. So we want to pass in this file. After we pass in that, we also want to pass in a function. This function is called handle progress update, handle upload progress. I'm going to pass it in here. So now, file is not file. So now what is happening is this. When these components talk to this function performs its operation and then be giving this progress report, this past in progress report, an update. It's more like I'm passing this entire function inside of here. Okay, so whatever this function is doing is now going to be happening inside of here. Okay, so when the progress report is happening, upload percentage is recording, it's going to be showing as well. So that's why we're passing it in here. And this is a promise-based function, so we can use a then statement to say the response that we get from here. We want to access it, and we want to say this is the handle. This just shows some information about the progress report. Okay, and now there's also a function called onUpload success. Now again, this onUpload success is another function that is being passed. It is passed in from this create page. You can see this on upload success. So once it succeeds in uploading that file completely, we want to fire this particular function. Okay, we want to take that URL, the URL to that resource, whether to that file, whether video, whether pictures. We want to take that and we want to attach it in this image or this video, depending. So that's why we have this handle mount. The handle mount, we just mount it according to the name of that, what's it called, property, and the value that you want to attach. And that's why we have the name is video URL. This is the property. For this place, the name is image, and this is the property. Okay. So that is what is happening here. So on success, once this is completed, we want to pass this response as the success, into that success function on upload success function. Okay, and then we just want to log out something, saying that just want to log out that response and want to resolve with that response. Okay, now, but if we have a catch, it fails, say error, we just want to reject with that error. Okay, so this is what is happening here now. So let's try and perform this upload, and let's see. So let's say we place this here, and let's open our console so that we can see what is going on. So now I want to click this upload. It's uploaded 100%. You can see the URL. Okay, and you see that the file actually ends EIYA. So if you come here to images, we should see EIYA. So uploading is working directly from the interface, which is cool. That means video upload as well works just fine, because they all use the same procedure. If I come here, and also this particular Gladiator file is a little bit too large than the one that I need. Okay, so let's say, for example, this matrix, I put it here and upload. It's also uploaded, but it's going to take some time in backend to eventually send that file to the video URL. It's not yet appeared, but it's going to take care of it under the hood and get it all done. I think if you come here and you check the back end, you see that there was 2 files that were just recently uploaded. So this is an example. Now we need to, after you finish uploading this, what happened as you uploaded this and uploaded that completely, what is happening under the hood is that this page, these 2 variables have now been filled up. So we have image URL and video URL available to us. We just need to fill up the rest of it and send it. And to be able to do that, we need to create an endpoint that we speak to our create, look at this movies / this create endpoint. We need to send the movie details right here. That's what we want to do now. So, and to do that, you need to create an API service to handle that particular request. So to create the movie, so we're going to have, let me close here. We're going to have a function called create movie, and it's going to take a movie, data. Now, right away, we want to do a try catch. And if we catch any error, we just want to log it out. Okay, just going to do this. Otherwise, this is what we want to do. We want to say const response is equal to await fetch. This fetch, we want to say we're going to this app /API / movies / then you see this, you see the way we this API is structured: API movies and then /create. That's where you want to go to, and you can then specify the details here. So for example, you need a method. This method, we want it to be post, okay, and the headers, so the content type, content type is going to be application /JSON, and then the body is going to be JSON.stringify this movie data. Okay, and once this is done, you first check if that was successful. So we say response.OK. Was it successful? If it is, if it's not successful, we want to throw new, error, and this error should say HTTP error status code, that you understand that this is what we want it to say if it's in error. I think you can make it a lot more readable by just putting it in a brace around it. And once everything is okay, you want to say response data is equal to await response.json. So you convert that to JSON and you basically return the response data. Okay, now this is good to go. We want to make sure that it's part of the exportable members. And at this point, this is where we want to upload this movie. Okay, we want to say new promise, resolve and reject. This is where we want to upload this, publish this movie. We can say create movie. Okay, we're importing it, and we can then pass in. We can just say this. There is something called movie details, which is this. This is responsible for capturing all the information here. All right. So, but the only thing that is absent here is that user ID, which is quite important. So we want to say movie details, but to include that movie ID, I need to destructure this because I'm going to be using it. But the movie ID, the user ID is not yet available yet. So, but we can say const use account from WAGMI, and we have the address here. Okay, so we can then see here that the user ID is going to be this address. Yeah, so this is how we do it. Then, and since this is a promise-based function, you want to see then the response from this, you want to say reset form. Reset form is a function down here below that just takes back everything to how they were. Okay, so reset form, I'm going to reset the form. I'm going to resolve with this response I got. So this is just what we need. Okay, but then if there is any problem, so which is where we have catch error, so we just want to reject with that error, and that is how you communicate. That is how you publish this item. So let us upload some items. So the first thing I want to upload is a movie. So we're going to call this Dark Knight. I'm going to upload the Dark Knight. Hope the Dark Knight is lightweight. Okay, it's not lightweight. Let's upload something else. Let's say Interstellar, and this is Interstellar. It's about 9.8 megabytes, the movie trailer. So let's upload this we're having an error. So we need to check the back end of the project. So this backend has actually failed, and this is one of the reasons you have to put these things in Docker and have it restart automatically so that it won't just abandon you. So yeah, say yarn start, make sure that the backend is running, and then you refresh this again, and you upload that inception interstellar. So we have interstellar here, and you upload that. Okay, so, and you also want the interstellar thriller. Okay, you want to upload that as well. All right, so with those two uploaded, you can have interstellar, the name of interstellar there, and you can have all the movie details. So you know that the genre of this is science fiction, the language is English, duration is 2 hours 49 minutes, release date is 2014, rating is PG, and the synopsis is talking about a team of explorers. So I'm gonna put a team of explorers here and click on publish, and it is created and published. You can see that, which is pretty cool. If I come to my account here, you see that I have that one movie created, and if I come here, you can see that one movie is also present here, which is pretty cool. So in the next part of this video, I'll start talking about editing video, editing the movie content and all of those things. Okay, so I'm going to start up this backend again. There are some things we need to improve upon this work, and one of them is the ability to edit. So for example, when we look at this, it's the image and some things are not great, so we need to modify it. And when you click on this edit page, it should take you to the edit page where you can edit the information that has to do with this. Now, the first thing we need to do is make sure that whenever this page is loaded, it retrieves the images from the records of this particular movie from the database and populate it on this form. Okay, and then the second thing is to be able to modify this or add new or upload new ones, in place of the old one. All right, so let's come here. Currently, we don't have any business with this uploader. And okay, so I'm going to come back here. There's two components here. One is called uploaded and one is called uploader and one is called uploaded. Uploader simply helps us to send whatever file, okay, depending on the file type that we specify, it's going to limit it to that, So when it finishes uploading a file to the Renterd, using the backend, as a portal, then it returns a URL. Okay, this URL is what we use in mounting the image. Now, this uploaded is used to display that file that has been uploaded, such as the image or the video. So while this helps us to upload in a file, this one helps us to display that file. For example, image, this uploads an image, this displays that image. That is what is going on there. I just wanted to bring that in. And so let's come to this page here, in this edit page. Okay, so everything is just similar to how we create, a movie. So except that we need to pull this thing first whenever this currently is being pulled from the back end. From that file, but we don't need to do that anymore. Now we need to pull this movie from the database, which is the SQLite that we're working with. So you just need to say await fetch movie, okay, and then you pass in the slug, Now this log is here, you need to pass it as a string. Okay, so when you do that and you save and we refresh this page, you can see it's actually pulling this information now from the back end. Okay, so this is cool to an extent, but we can't yet update. Okay, so we need to create that the API service for us to be able to do that. So I could duplicate this. Let's duplicate this. Okay, I'll call this update movie, and in updating movie we still need to pass the movie information. And now this time around, what we are expecting is a post interface, which is basically a poster interface, which is basically the movie, because this one now, okay, this now contains information such as the ID, okay, and we need such as the user ID. We need the user ID to be able to update a specific movie, and we also need that slug as well. So those two things are captured within poster interface, whereas the way we did it here, it doesn't really matter. Okay, at this point you want to make sure that it's pointing to the update endpoint, and basically that is just all you need. That's all you need. And you copy this, and make sure that this is being represented properly here, exported. You save, and you can speak to that endpoint. Now this is the function that helps us to submit any modification that we do on this form. So at this point, this is where I want to push this record, the new record, to the backend so that it will be updated in the SQLite files. Okay, so to do that, we need to call on this update movie function. Update movie, we're grabbing that. So in updating movie, we need to pass this movie. You see this thing called set movie. It's taking an instance of a specific movie, and you can see how I set that movie here. Yeah, set movie right here. Now this movie data, this movie details is a different one, because this is just for form field, value collection. So I'm going to take this movie and then update it with a new record and send it to the backend. This movie contains everything else except these new records. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. So we're going to come here and say the movie, and then you want to use this spread operator, movie here. So you need to use that spread operator, and it's saying argument of ID number. Okay, we're going to get back to this. So want to want to specify it as poster interface, so that kind of resolves that issue. Now this movie right here, this is one of the items we're exporting. Now we need to modify it with the movie data. I don't know why this is not just cooperating. So movie details, I'm also going to include movie details. I'm going to spread it here. Okay, so that will give us the new record to update it there. So after this is successful, I want to say then, the response, if there is any, should be, we just want to resolve this here, resolve with this response. Otherwise, we want to catch any error and reject with that error. Okay, so now at this point we'll be able to update this movie successful. So Remember again, we've already worked on the uploader component, so we don't need to worry about that. It will just upload our content just fine. So I'm going to refresh this one more time. After doing that, let us upload a photo first. So I'm going to remove this existing one. Click here. This is talking about Godfather. Let's see, do I have a Godfather poster? Let me grab it for you. So let's upload this. I have this Godfather image I just recently generated. Okay, and I'm going to click this upload, and it says it's uploaded, and then update that, and you see movie updated. So let's go back to the details of that movie and see if the movies, yep, you can see the whole Godfather image now. If I come here, the Godfather is showing up. So that is one of the items here. Okay, so this is cool, and let's update for the rest of them as well, or let's leave the rest of them like they currently are. They're gonna come in handy when we're deleting. So we've been able to test that. The next thing I want to do is the ability to delete an existing movie. So we need to integrate that as well. Now, before we actually delete a movie, there is something I needed to bring to your notice. Now, I want to go to this Forest Gump. Okay, so this Forest Gump, when you are updating, there are some things that I needed to restrict. So for example, let me just make sure that I have that Forest Gump image, upload that and update. So now, you see, I need to put some restriction around this button. First, when you come here, at the bottom here, anybody can just update that movie, and that is not cool. So I want to make sure that only the owner of that particular movie can update it. Okay, so I'm going to come here, and I will say, if there is a movie, okay, and with this movie's user ID is equivalent to the address. If we don't have that address, yes, I have to bring that in. So how do I get the address? Say const use account. It's coming from WAGMI, and then we want the address, and want, not just address, we also want is disconnected, and maybe is connecting. So we need about this tree. And then here, I will say now, if it is equivalent to this, okay, we need that to be equivalent to this before it displays this button. But not only that, we want to check if it is disconnected, because sometimes this can be disconnected as well. So you say it's disconnected. If it's not disconnected, then it should also show up. So if I save this and check it out again, you see that button disappears because this account is not the owner of this movie. Okay, even though I was updating it on behalf of that person. Okay, so now let's go back to the point where we can delete movies. So we at least have ones with 2 images. So let's look at this gladiator one. I want to be able to delete a movie here. So let's come here. We'll go to this page called slug. This is where we can delete. Oh, I missed something about this edit. Okay, so what I miss about this edit is I don't just want it to be changed, like to reload when there is a change in slug, but also if there is a change in the address. That means if the user disconnected and reconnected with a different address, that should change. Or if the user disconnected, or say is disconnected, or reloads, changes an account. So those things should change all this, because this has to be done so that the accurate information can be, reflected. That's just something that we needed to add there. And now let's come to this log page, this movies log page here. In this page, we want to be able to click this delete, and then if you say okay, it deletes. But if it, want to be able to do that, but it doesn't work right now. So that is what we want to do. And to achieve it, do you see this place called handle? It's called handle submit. So it first of all asks you to confirm if you want to delete this movie, and if you say yes, then it will proceed with this action here. Does that, come back here. Okay, right here, I want to perform that deletion now. So to do that, we need an API service, of course, and we can duplicate this. Okay, call it delete movie, and to delete movie, all you need is to pass. You can pass the same thing, but the most required thing about deleting a movie is the slug and the user ID, which are all captured in this movie data right here. So we can call this delete. Okay, and make sure that this is exportable. Save that. Then at this point, you want to launch this delete modal stuff. So I'm going to say, come back here, and I will say delete movie. Make sure it's imported. So delete movie, you need to pass the movie, this specific movie right here, and you need to pass it as a poster interface. Then you get a response, and you can resolve. You do a lot of things about it. So for example, I want to reload the window. Once that is completed, I could say resolve, even though it's going to be reloaded. So this is one thing I want to do. I also want to do catch in case it fails. We then want it to reject with this error. Okay, so with this will call the delete movie endpoint and delete it, then take this person to his account where he have all the rest of his movies. So I'm going to then click on this delete and click OK. For some reason, so let's check what is going on here. Okay, so I think that when we click that delete, it actually went through, and got it deleted. So it's no longer available. It's just that it didn't just respond properly. So that movie is not here. You can see that it's clearly not available. That's why it cannot recall. Okay, so that's why it's not showing up anything. So it's deleting under the hood. Maybe if you try and delete one more movie, like we can delete this one just to confirm. Click delete, click OK. You can see it's deleted and it's sending us to our account. Okay, which is great. So now we only have about 2 movies here. So now if I say I want to delete this movie, look at my account here, and you can see this. I'm not the owner. I should not be having access to this. So I want to make sure that is resolved. So to do that, we're going to have to do this thing again. Say const, say use account, and then we say address. We need the address. We need is disconnected and is connecting. So we need this. And first of all, we want to make sure that this is also dependent on this address, because if the address should change, then this should automatically reload under the hood so that it will hide this if this is not the right owner. So those things are important. And is connecting. It's also a good state to put in here. I mean, not is connecting, it's disconnected. It's disconnected. Okay, so we need those. And not just that, then we'll have to come here. This is where we have this link to edit and link to delete. So we need to tighten up security right there. Okay, again, these securities are just dummy-based security. They are not like the super authentic security. If you want something more stringent, you're gonna have to work on the back end as well, not just the front end. This is a front end security, but we know that the back end security is the main security. Okay, so I don't want to take it through that lane, so that's why I'm doing this way. So right here, what we want to do is we want to say if this is not disconnected, and not just only that, if there is an address, okay, and also if the movie.user ID is equivalent to this address, then it should display this thing. So there are 3 conditions here. First condition is if this wallet is not already disconnected, that is 1. If there is an address, and if the address is equal to the person that owns the movie, then it should show that. So when we save that, you see that refreshing that page hides that, and this should only show up if I am the owner. You can see that because the same wallet address, it's showing up now. That is great. So now just about every single thing has been accomplished here. So we're going to clean up and round up the rest of the things. If there is anything that needs to be done, we also need to have it done. So for example, if we come to this page, this condition is not enough to create a movie. Okay, we need to make sure that the user has his wallet connected already. Okay, if there is no wallet that is connected, then it should not be able to create a movie because the wallet address is really required. So what we need to do is to, of course, get the address. Not just the address, we also need is disconnected. Okay, so we need those. So let's get down here. We want to say that if it is not disconnected, okay, and if there is an address, then this should be done. So that kind of tightens the security around it, which is cool. Okay, so in the next part, we're going to look through this project and then maybe I do have some further explanation on some certain areas of the code to make sure that you get this whole thing up and running. Okay, so I'm going to have to explain some of these components for you so that you won't get some things misunderstood. Okay, so I've explained various pages, but let me explain the components in more details. Okay, we can start with this banner component here. The banner component is located, I'm going to close from all these files. The banner component is located in this front end, app, components, home, and banner. Now, this banner component, what it does is to receive the banner information from this location. So we have various movies that we have there, all these movies. Okay, so all of these are various banners, and all of these assets available in this asset folder, these images. So we are using a set interval, you understand, an interval-based system to, keep changing through all the movies that are there. So we just attach the movie as as a background image. So the movie is literally a background image, something very simple, straightforward like this. Okay, so this is designed with Tailwind, of course, and this is the image that is being dynamically changed. You can see how this set time interval, which utilizes the use effect hook to be changing, the current movie index, every, it just keeps changing it, okay, and it clears it. So every 5 seconds, it changes the movie index. So what we then render is based on the index that is applied here. So the new index will be which movie that we are grabbing. So this is just what it does under the hood. That's for the banner component. And after the banner component, we have the posters component. The posters component is this entire thing, including this hot news section. That is the entire, posters component. Now, if you come to this poster component, it utilizes swiper library under the hood. The swiper library enables us to keep swiping. It helps us to use a carousel. So we set up a carousel and we give it a space between of 30, and make sure that it's well center aligned, and we make sure autoplay is up and running so that the thing the set of cards or the set of movies we continually loop, and we automatically play on their own without us having to click anything. We made sure that you can click with pagination. So if you click on this pagination, it goes there. If you click on this, it goes. So the pagination is also clickable. Has navigation, doesn't have any navigation. So that's why you don't see any navigational element in the left and center. And it's loop through. This loop through is very important. It makes sure that our interface or our cards continually loop over and over again, and it literally just populates itself. It just populates more cards, but of the same thing. You understand? There is only 2 movies here, but it kind of shows up like 3 movies. Okay. And this is just a class name, to make sure that the overflow is hidden, and defining the width of the section to be 2 of the entire space. Okay. And these are various breakpoints. Breakpoints are like, let me show you in details. So we have how many breakpoints? We have about 3 breakpoints. So when I reduce this to a certain extent, it's supposed to, become 1, become 2. There's place for 2, there's place for 1. Okay, so that is what is happening under the hood there. So it makes it responsive in essence. Okay, so and then we go through. This swiper is responsible for making sure that this is navigated. This is re-rendered in that cycle thing. So, but I want to show you something. This is here we have movie card, which is another component. A movie card is one of these. One of these is a movie card. I'm going to open it here. So a movie card has a default width and height, okay, which I've defined here to be 52 and height to be 50. These are all Tailwind classes, okay, so that's why this project relies heavily on Tailwind. For this place, we are overriding the width to have more information. So we are adding this thing called 2XL rounded to make the card more rounded. These rounded corners that you see, we are actually modifying the width to include both that width that we wanted and the rounded state. And that's why we did not add the height here, because now the height is not necessary, because we want this exact height to be so. So this is what it made of. All right, we specify the height here. We're using NextJs image component to render the image, and these are just the rest of the information that you see there. Here, right here is basically a position element that reveals this information whenever you hover to it. Okay, that's why you have this hover effect here. That's why I have this opacity of 0 and this hover effect of 100, you understand, when it's hovered. So that is what is happening there for this movie component. And we have menu. Menu is much noted when you are on mobile screen. So if I go here, you can see this menu right here. So this menu is, this is what is responsible for it, okay? So that is quite simple. And you also have this one called uploaded. Uploaded, helps us to display a movie or display a video or a photo, an image. So what it is, we use that, we receive a name, the name of the file that you want to display. It can either be a photo or a video, and the file, it can either be a file or a string. A file in the sense that when you're uploading newly, that file can be used to display, but if you are reading data, like when you want to edit, the string of the or the photo or the video is what is being used to replace here. And this is just a function. It's more like a callback function that is used to, let me show you. If I come here and I click on edit, you see this image here. If I want to click on delete, okay, there's a callback function that is hooked to this on remove function. So we're basically passing that. So when you click on this, it basically just call this function. Now this function lives in a parent, in a parent container, in a parent page. For example, these are pages. If we come to create, and you see this uploaded, see on remove is calling this function here. So that is what is happening. Okay, so in a nutshell, it renders a video. If it's a video, the name is a video. Otherwise, it renders an image. And you can see that if it's a file, if it's a string, you understand, it renders that file like that. But if it's a real file, it uses the file to create a URL that will match or that will resonate with the image. This image tag, source tag. Okay, so that is what it literally does, and then it has some dummy percentage. So that is what this uploaded component does in a nutshell. And I've spoken about at length. We've discussed about this uploader component, which is responsible for uploading a specific file into the Renterd API, and it has a lot of functions. A couple of them. One is to handle the upload. The other is to handle whenever you click on the drag and drop. For example, if I come here to create, so when I click on this, okay, this opens my file explorer. So that is what that function does. There's also another one that this one here function, it's used to run some regular expression, check on it. Most of those are not really important, but that's one of the cool things that you need to know, is to just study this, okay? And you see, that's why the project of this project source code is publicly available, so you can go into it and access every angle of it. It's going to be free, open source. You can clone it as much as you want. You can modify it as much as you want. It's all yours for, the taking. This is handling drop, and there are some file size. For this tutorial, we're literally just limiting this to around 100 megabytes. But I will encourage you that when you're uploading, please upload something around this. This is a test net, right? So just upload something around 10 megabytes. You understand? And it will be a lot faster and a lot easier for you to manage that file size on testnet. Okay, so that is what it is about that uploader component. And other than this, we also have this subscription component. The subscription component, what it simply does is to review, to render these cards. Very simple, straightforward. And there's one more thing I wanted to show you. For example, you see how this is a still movie card. You see the way it is being rendered now. It's rendered in a slightly different way compared to how it is rendered here. Here it is rendered as a portrait. Meanwhile, here it is rendered as a landscape. That manipulation is possible with just manipulating the width and the height of the card. And if you come to these components, if you come to movies and come to slug, you will find that we have, you see the way the movie width is actually full in this case and the height is just around 40. So we just manipulated the width and height to get us exactly what we want. And of course, I've explained to you how this skeleton, library, React loading skeleton, is used to design and redesign this over and over again. You can see how we use in designing how the skeleton should appear when dummy files are being rendered. Okay, let's look at any other component left. This poster UI is basically a caricature of this poster. The poster UI is used to render some UI stuff. For example, when I'm refreshing this, you see this, it almost looks like it's loading. It's a placeholder basically for this image. So when the posters are available, then it will be replaced. So that's what this poster UI does, and it uses, of course, this skeleton, React skeleton to do that. So it's just very simple, straightforward. There's nothing crazy about it. Here, what I'm simply doing here is there's number of posters that I want to render. So I'm using this array.from, the length, if I want like 5 posters, I can do that with this. If I want like 6 posters or whatsoever, then it's going to render those posters the way I had specified here. So that is what is going on. So let's check on layer. This is the footer and this is the header. There is not much of a big deal there. We've checked it out. So we've explained every component that makes up this. So why I'm doing this is so that you will not be confused, or if there is any question, you will not find it difficult to understand. So that's just the project. It's not that difficult. So at this point we can just create a new branch. We can call this new branch 04. And I'm going to just say completed the project, and let's publish this to GitHub, and you can also use that as well. So there you go. That is what this project entails.